television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go how Mbo wa bia ni ebube eme Mbo wa bata wa ni ebube eme wa Aneke television na eme lo gbe yemela amadi ina agba nkwu ina eme nkefute nwa ina akwozu ina agba akwụkwọ bia wa na Aneke television bia ka ezu oru ozi ọma bia wa na Aneke television yidume he na eme lo gbe yemela amadi umi igbo bia wo na nke a bụ nke anyị
Good morning, welcome to Sports Wrap here at Aneke TV. I hope you had a wonderful time yesterday and I hope you are going to have a wonderful weekend coming. Well, a lot has happened in the world of sports and so far we are still on the AFCON news, things that has been happening in the AFCON. And I want to tell you that Nigeria and Algeria are going to play their quarterfinal of AFCON tomorrow. And this match is going to take place in one of the special stadiums Algeria has played before. And looking at that match, Nigeria also, in the same news and on the same spots, what's happening in AFCON. It is said that just a few days ago that the national team wants to boycott their training because of unpaid match bonuses from the NFF. Well, yesterday it was announced, and from the NFF themselves, just right from the minister of who is in charge, saying that they have fostered that particular payment because they have made it so that the Super Eagles can be able to carry on with the match bonuses, so that they can carry on with the playing and other things they have done so far. And I'm telling you that match bonus, they said that they should expect it in few hours due to some CBN transactions, forex issues, that they should expect the money in their domiciliary accounts. That was what the federal minister said yesterday. And looking at this, I will tell you that the other day, Nigeria, they were giving 3 billion naira just for his support. And now, talking about the match bonuses and on the unpaid match bonuses from Tanzania, that the last match we had against Mozambique would actually mean that there could be some issues around those payments. But so far, we could say that we are having to, understand each other in this football thing, especially from the NFF side. And NFF has come out to clear the air that these things will, it is being sorted out, and in few hours, just before the match tomorrow, they will receive their payment and all that. Now, moving on, yesterday, there were a lot of things that happened, especially in the Premier League. I'm just giving you the stories because I want you to get acquainted with what is going on in the world of sports and not minding from the side it is coming from. Especially now, yesterday in the Premier League, Liverpool and Arsenal had a 0-0 draw at the Emirates Stadium, and that match followed a lot of kicking and a lot of pushing. Of course, there was the weather issue, which every time here in Nigeria we could say it's hot. But over there, it was extremely cold, and there was a heavy downpour also. So yesterday's match was just something that was all extraordinary. Liverpool hitting the woodwork a lot of times, while Arsenal tried their own best to see what they could do to score. But apart from the crosses, a lot of people in the match they were not around. I can tell you that a lot of people in the match, like Bukayo Saka and Lewis Kelly, this guy, my brother keep mentioning his name, that this guy was not around, that he was not in the match yesterday, and that was what really happened, that they could not score, that even just to score a goal or do something in that match, they could not score. They could not even register any serious attempt. Of course, Arsenal had more shots yesterday than Liverpool. They had more that attacking force. Of course, first half Arsenal played a good game, a very, very good game, while looking at Bukayo Saka dribbling and trying to make the mark, while there are other people who also tried their best in the game. But the best they tried isn't enough, and this is the first time in a long while Arsenal is playing a draw game, especially 0-0. And this is something that I want you to put yourself and tell me whether what you think about Arsenal. And I will say this, that now, looking at what is happening in the AFCON, especially, and how we are playing and how everyone is playing, I can tell you that the Premier League is actually in a little problem, because a lot of players, African players, are playing in the AFCON, and a lot of African players also who plays in the English football are in the AFCON. So that means that the teams that are playing may not be balanced as it were. Just like yesterday, Mo Salah was not there, and looking at other teams, Arsenal had no one from the AFCON, and Arsenal was just that team that had no one of the teams that had no one in the AFCON. Now, moving on from that, it is said that Ogenyo Nazi, one of our one-time midfield minstrel, has tipped the Super Eagles to lift the trophy, to lift the AFCON trophy. He said this day before yesterday when he was talking to the guys, and he told them to focus and win the 2026 African Cup of Nations title, warning that it will be shameful for players of such caliber not to lift the trophy. Well, looking at the players of such caliber, I will tell you that these players are just the truth, that these players are the players of such caliber, because looking at these guys now, I can tell you that all of them are playing. The people that came for this AFCON, that assembled the national team, the Super Eagles, all of them, none of them are home-based players. So I am expecting the experience. I'm expecting the best from them, and I'm expecting the good playmaking from them. I'm expecting them to, in fact, most of the Nigerians, most of us in the Nigerian setting, we're expecting these things to happen. And he said that that it is going to be a shame if Nigeria does not win this AFCON this year, that if Nigeria don't win this 2025 AFCON. And he believes that the current generation must avoid distraction and seize the opportunity to write their names in the country's history. Yes, he believes that they should write their name in the country's history. And I can tell you that it is something that we all will have to put our mouth together to talk about. Now, Now, I can tell you that the whole quarterfinal pressure is coming together. Egypt is going to play Cote d'Ivoire. Now, I want to give you a little bit of, as a sports oracle, and someone who can guide you through the analysis in sports. I want to tell you something. If you watch Egypt and the way they play, Egypt is a counter-attacking team. Egypt is a counter-attacking team, and Cote d'Ivoire also they are playing very wide. Cote d'Ivoire plays very wide. Now, when you compare Egypt and Cote d'Ivoire, you will see that both of them play almost the same thing, especially Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire plays having Ahmad at their right wing, and the other guy at the left wing, them driving in. In fact, I will tell you that in this game is going to be one of the toughest matches we'll ever see, but I'm not sure that match is going to be more tougher than Algeria, because when you see what is going to happen, like tomorrow is the match, Algeria-Nigeria, and looking at that match particularly, I will tell you that we are not ready for what is going to happen if you don't play well. Algeria has the guys. They have these guys that have registered their mark in the side of football. I'm telling you that there's no way you can bring Algeria and Nigeria, as both of them are from Nigerias. This one Niger. If you bring both of them to the team, they are going to play something. They are going to show what they can do. And Nigeria will not let Algeria breathe. But Algeria plays wide. Now, Algeria has people who shoot outside the box, but Nigeria plays more of a midfield game, because Nigeria wants to. We believe in a lot of the national team. We play a lot of build-up. We build up our game to the scoring positions. If you've watched our match, and just like the match against Tanzania and the matches that we played, even the one we played against Mozambique, of course we have these sharpshooters like Akor, Demola Lukman, but Shimen, you will see that we want to drive into the midfield. Algeria will not allow that. I'm telling you guys that Algeria will not allow that. And Algeria will not drive into your midfield. Algeria will shoot wherever they are. They will shoot you. I don't mean with gun. You know what I'm talking about when I mean they will shoot you. So that's to tell you that we are not. I'm not sure we are so ready for what is going to happen, for what we're going to have in the team. So Nigeria, we have to gather ourselves to play this Algeria game, because if we eventually miss a mark, we are going to suffer from these guys. Listen, they have the guys who run, they have the defense, and they have the midfield, and they are not even ashamed of. In fact, their goalkeeper is probably one of the best in the world and one of the best in AFCON. And let me tell you one beautiful thing about this Algeria team. Nigeria and Algeria are the only two teams that qualified from the groups for the round of 16 with 9 points. Only two teams in AFCON that qualified, that won three of their matches. So all of that teams, we are drawing, losing, doing. But Nigeria and Algeria are just the two teams who qualified with 9 good points. So this is going to be the star match of the week. And I'm telling you that if we are not even going to contemplate on that, this is going to be the star match of the week. It's going to be the star match of the week, and not just that. Let's go to Mali and Senegal. Because Mali is going to play Senegal. Now, let me tell you, Mali, from their place of play, from the way they play wide too. And if you watch AFCON a lot, you will see that I've been saying this, that it looks like we are not, most of the teams in AFCON concede a lot. Let me tell you why. Why is because we underrate certain things when it comes to the midfield. Like, it looks like people are afraid to touch the ball. People are afraid to shoot. People are afraid to do something. That's what it looks like that is happening to us. It looks like, oh, I'm afraid to shoot. I'm afraid to move the ball. I'm afraid to get this one done. I'm afraid to get that one done. But that's not what is going to happen tomorrow, or that's not what's going to happen, because Nigeria and Algeria, then Mali versus Senegal, these two teams, or these four teams, are going to be a showdown match. Now, let me tell you something about Senegal. Senegal is not just, you see, their flag aligns a little, just a little discrepancy. The green in Senegal is darker and has a star, a green star, while Mali is just there. Now, Africans playing against Africans, the drive is not so much, but there's a lot of agility. Do you get? Because we are Africans, there's a lot of agility in the playmaking. So I think we are going to have this when we put our minds to what is going to be tomorrow. And I'm telling the Super Eagles not to even look down on any team. I was thinking, I was even wishing we would have played this guy. We would have played another people except Algeria. But Algeria seems to be a better option. I'm telling you, Algeria seems to be a better option, and is going to be what we're going to see. Now, talking about Cameroon and Morocco. Cameroon and Morocco is the next on the list. Cameroon and Morocco. Cameroon and Morocco. Well, Cameroon plays the same style that Cote d'Ivoire plays, because of the wideness. They come from the place of the wing. Remember, Nigeria does not play a wing game. Nigeria only plays intermittent midfield game. Nigeria believes we play more from the midfield, and that's why you see most times our games are midfield centered. So we're going to see that when Cameroon are going to play against Morocco, Moroccans are, of course they play from the wide areas too. Yet they have good and a solid defense and midfield. So this match is going to still be one of the matches that we are going to see over the weekend. And looking at Cameroon has one of the best, like in this particular tournament. Cameroon, they have one of the strongest teams. You remember their president, the president of the Footballing Association in Cameroon is Samuel Eto'o. So he's not going to bring something that is less than what he will give. Well, I want to tell you something. When you play, or let's say you play a video game and you are playing in the archive, you are playing those guys that played many years ago. Have you ever used Eto'o to play shots from, like, Eto'o can play shots from the midfield and it will be goal. Eto'o can play shots from anywhere. This is one of, when I want to deal with people as the sports oracle, I will go and bring out Eto'o from where I kept him, and I will use him from there's something we call center baroma circle. From center baroma circle, I will load it and it will hit you. The keeper that is in the post will not see the goal. So I'll talk more of when he's at the close range. Well, I can tell you that these matches are going to happen. And moving on from that, yesterday Real Madrid trashed at Atletico Madrid 2-1 to qualify for the Super Cup finals. And one of the highlights of this match is not just the Real Madrid winning this game, is that free kick from Valverde. That free kick from Valverde, and it is something that no one saw that coming. It's just a spectacular kick, and this guy had to deliver while Rodrigo had to put that one home. And before he put that one home, they had to equalize. They really had to equalize. And I will tell you that there's nothing you can do more than to just sit back and watch what is happening in the league, especially when you feel like you are just getting it, you're not just getting it right in your play. You just go and watch other people, see how Madrid plays their game. And in this same match yesterday, it was said that there were a lot of issues around Vini Jr. with Diego Simeone, the head coach of Atletico Madrid. The comments and the things he said, the actions and other things. So it was very unprofessional from the point of Real Madrid, and some things we are meant to say outside. But right now, I can tell you that we are having the time of our life. And Real Madrid, the other day, Barcelona had to play 5 goals to 0 to their in their own side. Now Real Madrid, both of them are going to play in the Spanish Super Cup that is coming up. And guys, I don't know what you think about what the final is going to be like, but from there we're going to see what it is going to be. And it is really going to be one of the games that we have been looking up to. It's going to be one of the games I'm looking up to, and it's going to be played later in the year. All right, moving on, I can tell you that João Cancelo is about to have his medicals just in a few hours' time, or if he has not even had the medicals now. Now, João Cancelo, he moved from the Saudi Arabia Pro League. He's coming back to Barcelona to make a mark. He is going to take or have his medicals. He's coming back to make the mark in Barcelona, and I can tell you for a fact that there are lots of things that we are expecting from these guys. We can tell you that there's a lot of things we're expecting from them, especially João Cancelo's goal contribution when he was in Man City. Now, I want I want to say something about a certain teams and certain playmakings. When you look at teams and how they play, I will tell you that one of the elite teams we've had in the world, I don't know about you, is one. Let me tell you the number one elite team we have in the world. There are just three, but let me tell you the number one. One is not Bayern Munich, is not Barcelona. One is Manchester City. Now, I am telling you that it's not Bayern Munich, it's not Barcelona alone, it's Manchester City. Manchester City knows when a player is not going to do, is tired, and lets him go. That's one of the how you know that these guys are elite. Now, Manchester United used to be an elite football, but they stopped because, of course, when a player cannot be bigger than a club, I'm telling you. So, looking at the case of João Cancelo, it was not a problem, really, but it's just something that has to happen and has to come along on the end of the day. So we're going to see João Cancelo playing for Barcelona again. Now, moving on from that, the AFCON fixtures are ready. Today, the matches that we're going to play today are already set. You're going to see that the first set of the matches, Mali is going to play Senegal today, and Morocco is going to play Cameroon today by almost by 8 o'clock, while Mali and Senegal are going to play by 5 o'clock. Algeria and Nigeria are playing tomorrow by 5. Please remember this time and set it in your calendar. While Egypt and Ivory Coast are going to play by 8 o'clock in the night. And this is what it's going to look like in the world of sports, because we're going to have a wonderful time, and we're going to see what these games are going to be like. I'm telling you that I'm expecting Nigeria to score more goals, but I'm not really expecting that because Nigeria has not, they playing Algeria will show we expose the team too. We expose if the team is as elite as possible, and we're going to see what happens, because Algeria is an elite top game. Their goalkeeper is Zinedine Zidane's son. So I can tell you the father is a midfield maestro, used to be a midfield maestro, and an amazing coach. Of course, he is expecting to coach the French national team. That's why he has not taken any coaching role so far from the news that we have. But we're expecting that after World Cup 2026, he will find his ground on the coaching crew and pick up a slot to train. I actually want to see Zinedine Zidane back to coaching. I want to see him back. I want to see that him, building or bringing in that vibe, that great footballing skill, because I believe that this guy is going to do well. Well, I'm telling you that this is where we call it a day here at Aneke TV Sports and Sports Wrap. Well, it's your one and only sports oracle this morning who has brought you this great news on sports. And join us tomorrow, same time, same station, here at Aneke TV, and ensure that you do watch all those matches. When I come tomorrow, we're going to talk about them. Have a wonderful morning. I'm your one and only host. Bye.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year would depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product GDP growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlight a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending, aligned with long-term development priorities, is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector depends not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian.
Happy New Year. Welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba, glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Federal government renames Armed Forces Day to recognize fallen and 7 personnel. Former Army Chief Tukur Buratai files lawsuits against fellow general over terrorism allegations. APC leaders step in as Rivers Assembly considers fresh impeachment move against Governor Fubara. And on the foreign scene, South Africa hosts China-led naval exercises despite objections from the United States. And on business, President Tinubu comments Nigerian exchanges market capitalization hits 100 trillion naira. Now to the news in details. The federal government has redesignated January 15th as Armed Forces Celebration Day, Remembrance Day. expanding its scope to honor both fallen heroes and serving personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces. The Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, announced the change, explaining that the new name better reflects the sacrifice of troops actively engaged in defending the nation. According to Defense Headquarters, the revised designation is intended to boost troop morale while preserving the tradition of remembering officers and soldiers who lost their lives in the service to the country. The military says the change does not alter the solemn character of the day but broadens public appreciation of the armed forces. Meanwhile, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, has assured troops of improved welfare, including better housing and skills acquisition programs for military families. He urged personnel deployed in troubled areas to remain professional and uphold human rights while tackling security threats. Former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Tuko Yusufu Buratai, has filed a 1 billion naira defamation suit at the Kaduna State High Court against retired Major General Danjuma Hamisu Ali Kefi. The suit follows allegations linking Buratai to terrorism financing and the release of Boko Haram suspects. In the court documents, General Buratai described the allegations as false, malicious, and damaging to his reputation. He stated that he has never been investigated or indicted for terrorism-related offences during or after his service in the Nigerian Army. General Burata is seeking monetary damages, public retractions, and formal apologies. The defendant has been given 21 days to respond to the suit, after which the court may proceed. Judicial activities remain suspended in Ondo State as talks between Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa and striking judiciary workers ended without agreement. Representatives of the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria and magistrates rejected the government's proposals, insisting that their demands were not adequately addressed. The industrial action, which began earlier in the week, has led to the closure of courts across the state. Judiciary workers are demanding full financial autonomy and improved welfare in line with constitutional provisions governing the independence of the judiciary. Union leaders say the strike will continue indefinitely until the demands are met. The Ondo State government has yet to announce further steps toward resolving the impasse. The Lagos State House of Assembly has approved a 4.44 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year. The budget was passed following consideration of a report by the House Committee on Economic Planning and Budget. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Mudashiru Obasa, said the approved figure represents an upward review of the original proposal submitted by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. He noted that the budget is aimed at accelerating infrastructure development and improving public services. The Clerk of the House has been directed to transmit the budget to the Governor for assent. The approval makes the 2026 budget one of the largest in the state's history. Governor Peter Mbah has announced a plan to register 2 million members into the All Progressive Congress in Enugu State. The governor made the declaration during the launch of the party's electronic membership registration exercise. He said the initiative is aimed at strengthening the party structure and ensuring effective participation in national politics. According to him, the registration process will use national identification numbers to ensure transparency and accuracy. Governor Mbah assured existing party members that the exercise is inclusive and not designed to sideline anyone, adding that the program aligns with the federal government's development agenda. Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress APC has commenced its electronic membership registration exercise in Bayelsa State. The exercise was jointly flagged off in Yenogwa by Governor Doye Diri and the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Aneke Labobiri. Governor Diri urged party members to embrace unity and mass participation, describing registration as key to building a strong party structure ahead of future elections. He also emphasized the importance of possessing valid voter cards. Senator Labobiri said the exercise would enhance coordination and strengthen the APC's grassroots base across the state. Leaders of the All Progressive Congress APC has begun efforts to ease political tension in Rivers State following impeachment proceedings against Governor Simila Ifubara and his deputy Professor Ngozi Odu. Sources say consultations are ongoing among party leaders and federal officials to find a political solution to the crisis. The presidency is also being briefed on developments. The Rivers State House of Assembly had issued a 7-day notice to the governor over alleged refusal to present the 2026 budget. The situation remains under close watch. The Ebonyi State Police Command has arrested 1,733 suspects and investigated over 900 criminal cases in 2025. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Ms. Adaku Uche Anya, announced this while reviewing the command's operations. The police recovered firearms, ammunition, stolen vehicles, and rescued kidnapped victims during the period. Several suspects have been charged to court as investigations continue. The Commissioner said the command will strengthen community policing and interagency collaboration in 2026 to sustain security gains. Governor Chukwuma Soludo has handed over 30 operational vehicles to the Nigeria Police in Anambra State. The presentation took place at the Government House in Awka. The governor said the vehicles are part of ongoing efforts to enhance security and improve response time across the state. He noted that over 200 vehicles have now been provided to security agencies by his administration. The Commissioner of Police, Kyohio Orutugu, thanked the state government and said the vehicles would boost patrol and crime prevention operations. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubumi Tunji Ojo, has decorated 133 new promoted commandants of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. The ceremony was held in Abuja. The minister ordered the officers to demonstrate professionalism and improve intelligence gathering in response to security challenges. He commended the Corps for its contribution to national security. The promotion, he said, were merit-based and aimed at boosting morale and service delivery. The National Democratic Coalition, NADECO USA, has called on President Bola Tinubu to remove the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The group alleges that the minister's actions have contributed to political instability in Rivers State. NADECO USA also urged the federal government to consider a state of emergency in parts of the country affected by insecurity. The group said the measure is necessary to restore order and ensure credible elections. The presidency has not officially responded to the statement. Developments are being closely monitored. Now, news around the globe comes to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal government renames Armed Forces Day to honor fallen and serving military personnel. Former Army Chief Tukur Buratai takes legal action against fellow general over terrorism claims. APC leadership moves to contain tensions as Rivers Assembly waives fresh impeachment threat against Governor Fubara. And coming up shortly, South Africa proceeds with China-led naval drills amid United States concerns. President Tinubu hails Nigeria exchange milestone as market capitalization crosses 100 trillion naira. We'll be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Chinese and Iranian warships have docked at South Africa's Simonstown Naval Base for the Will for Peace 2026 maritime exercise, with Russian vessels also expected to participate. The drills involve several BRICS Plus nations and are scheduled to last 1 week. South African authorities say the exercise is focused on maritime security and protection of international shipping lanes. However, the timing has drawn criticism from the United States, which has described expanding BRICS military cooperation as a strategic challenge. Within South Africa, the drills have triggered political tension, with the Democratic Alliance accusing the government of undermining neutrality and failing to provide transparency. Despite the backlash, Pretoria insists the exercise aligns with its non-aligned foreign policy stance. At least 8 people, including 4 children, have been killed in new Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, raising fears that the fragile ceasefire could collapse. Gaza Civil Defense Agency says a drone strike hit a tent housing displaced families in the south. Israel's military says the strikes targeted a launch site after a projectile was fired towards its territory. The renewed violence has now pushed the reported death toll since the ceasefire began in October to over 400. The escalation threatens a U.S. brokered peace framework which has stalled over disagreements on disarmament and troops withdrawal. International observers warn that continued violations could derail ongoing diplomatic efforts. Iran last night experienced a nationwide internet shutdown amid ongoing protests over economic hardship, further heightening pressure on the country's leadership. The cause of the outage was not officially disclosed, though internet monitoring groups NetBlocks First reported the disruption, suggesting it may have been imposed by authorities to curb the spread of protest activities. Iranian authorities have in the past restricted internet access during periods of unrest. Earlier yesterday, NetBlocks reported disruption to internet services in the western city of Kermanshah as security measures were intensified to contain the protest. Meanwhile, a Norway-based human rights organization, Iran Human Rights, reported that at least 45 protesters, including 8 children, have been killed by security forces since the demonstration began in late December, according to the Guardian UK. In response to calls by 7 Kurdish political groups, shopkeepers across Kurdish regions and several other Iranian cities shut their businesses yesterday. The Lebanese army says it has taken control of security operations south of the Litani River, clearing the area of non-state weapons. The move follows commitments under a ceasefire agreement aimed at stabilizing the Israel-Lebanon border. Authorities describe the operation as a significant first step, though Hezbollah remains politically influential. Israel has welcomed the development but insists more action is required to prevent rearmament. The process remains delicate as Israeli strikes continue in border areas and Lebanon's military faces resource constraints. Officials warn that further progress must balance security needs with internal political stability. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has warned that Washington will not allow Venezuela to fall under China's strategic control. He says the U.S. remains committed to safeguarding its influence over regional energy resources. The administration's plans to expand American oil operations in Venezuela with companies such as Chevron expected to increase production. Officials say this approach aims to balance commercial engagement while limiting Beijing's political reach. Wright acknowledged internal tensions within the oil industry but maintained that U.S. policy remains clear. He emphasized that decision on Venezuela's energy future will prioritize American strategic interests. And now to business news. President Bola Tinubu has praised the Nigerian Exchange Group after market capitalization surpassed 100 trillion naira for the first time. He described the milestone as a major signal of economic recovery and investor confidence. The president cited strong market returns and easing inflation as indicators of improving macroeconomic stability. He also pointed to rising foreign reserves and increased non-oil exports as supporting factors. The administration expects further growth through new listings in energy, technology, and telecommunications. Tinubu urged Nigerians to invest locally to sustain economic momentum. Delta State has inaugurated a steering committee to implement a new framework aimed at attracting large-scale agricultural investment. The initiative seeks to streamline land acquisition and improve investor confidence. State officials say the move positions Delta to access up to $750 million in World Bank-assisted funding tied to transparency and sustainability benchmarks. Technical and grievance committees have also been established to manage land data and resolve disputes. The government says the approach will promote inclusive and peaceful agricultural expansion. And now to sports. Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi has pledged to personally cover unpaid team bonuses to prevent disruption ahead of Nigeria's AFCON quarter-final against Algeria. The move followed threats of a boycott by players. Indeed, he said the decision was necessary to maintain team focus after prolonged delays in payments. His intervention helped resolve tension and ensure the team's travel to Morocco. The incident has renewed criticism of sports administration in the country. Players have since resumed training as preparations continue for the crucial match. The federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria say all outstanding Super Eagles group stage bonuses have been released. Officials confirm the funds are being processed for payment to players. Authorities attribute earlier delays to foreign exchange procedures rather than lack of funds. A new fast-track payment framework has now been introduced for international sporting events. The intervention is expected to eliminate distractions ahead of Nigeria's AFCON quarterfinals. Officials say the goal is to allow the team focus solely on performance. Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman says the team is hitting peak from ahead of the AFCON quarterfinal against Algeria. He has recorded 3 goals and 5 assists so far in the tournament. Lookman dismissed reports of internal tension, insisting team unity remains strong. He credits growing chemistry among the attacking players for Nigeria's attacking threat. He expects a tough contest against Algeria but says the team is mentally prepared. The Super Eagles are aiming for a place in the semi-finals. Now to entertainment news. President Bola Tinubu has expressed deep sorrow over the death of Nnamdi Nkanu, son of celebrated Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. In a message of condolence released on Thursday, the president described the loss of a child as one of life's most painful experiences, noting that no parent should be made to endure such grief. President Tinubu extended his heartfelt sympathies to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, her husband, Dr. Ivara Esege, and the entire family during this difficult period. He also paid tribute to Adichie's outstanding contribution to global literature, acknowledging her for reaching, influence, and the inspiration her works continue to provide to readers around the world. The president assured the bereaved family of his thoughts and prayers, urging them to remain strong and draw comfort from their faith and support of loved ones. Senator Ned Nwoko has responded to public statements by actress Regina Daniels regarding allegations of substance use. His team questioned the credibility of research test results presented by the actress. The senator says medical reports from certified facilities will be presented in court, maintaining that the issue is now a legal matter requiring independent verification. Senator Nwoko's team says the dispute should be resolved through judicial process rather than public exchanges. The case remains before the courts. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The federal government has renamed Armed Forces Day to broaden national recognition of both fallen heroes and serving military personnel. Former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Tuko Buratai, has instituted legal action against a fellow senior military officer over alleged links to terrorism. Leaders of All Progressive Congress, APC, have intervened in Rivers State as the House of Assembly considers renewed impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara. South Africa has gone ahead with China-led naval exercise despite concerns raised by the United States. President Bola Tinubu has described the 100 trillion naira market capitalization milestone of the Nigerian exchange as a major boost to investor confidence and economic growth. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year would depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product (GDP) growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlight a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending aligned with long-term development priorities is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector should invest in innovation and industrial growth, and citizens are encouraged to develop skills, embrace entrepreneurship, and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development.
Nigeria, good morning 042 and a beautiful morning to everyone watching today. You're tuning into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, and bring you today's daily dose of brightness. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at your desk, in transit, or even making breakfast at home, thank you for letting us into your space. This beautiful morning, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Friday, 9th of January 2026, and of course we've got that full package today where we've got our latest news, what's trending, and of course that special sunrise vibe to help us begin our day.
So, get comfortable, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and here on Sunrise today, we'll be starting off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, and words that offer insight to whatever we do to help us stay focused, stay well-driven, and be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared. Very hot and tasty.
Yeah, and after that, we'll be giving you our quote for today, covering major cities in the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before you step out, or if you've stepped out already, it's to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And then we'll wrap things up by bringing you the man of many parts, the sports oracle and the commissioner of enjoyment, with the Nigerian stock market update.
All right, now moving over to our quote for today in our morning show inspiration segment. Our quote from today is coming from C.S. Lewis, and in his quote it says, "You are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from C.S. Lewis. In his quote it says, "You are not too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream." And this quote means that age should never limit your ambition, no matter how old you are or what you've already experienced. You can still set new goals, change direction, and dream again. So life always offers opportunity for growth, learning, and fresh beginnings. So if you're willing to pursue them, now we shouldn't take the fact that we're old or we've passed the age of achieving a dream or even having a dream, that age is just a number like they always say. So we're never too old to achieve a dream or dream a new dream. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts on this quote.
All right. You're never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. You've spoken to the issue of age, but let's take another dimension to it. Looking at age in this stance, speaking to men, my brothers and sisters who are in the market as always, that's where I like to start from. When I look at age, never been too old to set another goal. Yes, this is January. We're still in that first month of the 12th month calendar. So it doesn't matter about your age or the number of years you've set up your enterprise. You're in the market. You are into, buying and selling, involved in one transaction or the other. And over the years, you've gotten to what you feel is the peak because you've been over 20 years in the business. This morning, we're telling you that is not just, it's just the number. You can start afresh. You can set new goals. You can dream again. And perhaps the business is no longer thriving as it used to be, and you felt that after all these years, you're too tired, you're too weak to start. We're telling you this morning, at this first month in the 12-month calendar, to set a new dream, set a new goal. Is attainable, is achievable. Age can't stop you. If you've done it before, you can't do it again. You can set afresh. You can pursue new goals. You can pursue new dreams. And this morning, C.S. Lewis, gives credence to that. Yes, that you can start all over. You can start fresh. You can dream anew. And those goals are realizable. And let me take it to those who are in the business, beyond the business enterprise. It could be a career, and you've seen yourself being stagnant for a while. C.S. Lewis is telling us this morning that it's never too late to set new goals. It's never too late to dream again. You can set new goals. Yeah. You can dream afresh. And one thing that is certain is that it's realizable. So as we are in this very first month of the new year, you can set goals. You can set dreams. And what matters beyond setting those dreams is that it is achievable. If you can dream it, then you can get it. So this morning on Sunrise, we are telling you, not just stay idle, don't stay stagnant. Like we always tell you, the fatal failure is that when we take stock, come December 2026, that you're still at that same spot. No. Like Martin Luther King did say, take that step. That first step is what matters. And you've started well by dreaming. Like C.S. Lewis did say, you never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. So, dream afresh, set new goals, set new standard, work, take that step, and that's where the success begins, in taking that very step. So, this morning on Sunrise, dream again. Dream again. Set new goals. They are realizable. And don't let 2026 meet you at that very same spot where you are now, because that will be a collateral failure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like you rightfully said, you're not too old to have a dream, that we should all dream again. And while you're doing so, remember that each new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's where we try something or learn something new every day. So please do let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media handles like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, and we'll be starting off with Oka. Good morning, Oka. You're starting the day with hazy sunshine and warm temperatures. So expect temperatures to climb from the low 20s this morning into the low 30s by mid-afternoon. So look out for that golden glow through the haze until late afternoon, then a clear and pleasant evening.
And good morning, the coal city. Welcome to Enugu. Your skies will be partly cloudy early on, but don't worry. Sunshine is making a strong comeback by late morning with hot temperatures into the mid-30s. Perfect day to step out. Just don't forget your shades or sunscreen.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, the clouds are giving you a soft morning welcome, then steadily clearing into sunny skies and rising heat. You'll feel the warmth building into the mid-30 degrees Celsius range. Think happy, hot, but dry.
And over to the city of Owerri in Imo State. Good morning. You are greeted with hazy sunshine at dawn. As the day progresses, the haze turns into bright sunny warmth with temperatures nudging the low 30s. Evening cools down as smooth under clear skies.
And in Umahia, good morning Umahia, you're in for a hazy start that straightens out into sunshine just like your neighbors. Warm temperatures through the day will make it great for outdoor plans. Just stay hydrated.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light. But do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke Television. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more news updates.
Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world.
Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Hey everyone, we are out on the street today asking people a simple question. Which celebrity inspires them the most and why? Let's hear what they have to say.
And the celebrity that inspires me is a lot, just as all of us we know now. Mercy Chinwo, but I like her danceable show. But when we talk about worship, I like Steve Crown. Yes. And that of there are many of them, just I don't even know their name a lot. There are many of them actually. So these are the musicians, the celebrity that inspires me a lot because it leads me to worship God more and more and come to know him more.
The celebrity that inspires me the most is Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ is the savior of the world. And with him coming to the earth to die for our sin is an inspiration. So he inspires us with his life, the way the way he came to the world to die and save the people from sin and put us in the right path, on the right path rather, is an inspiration. So I am so inspired to be like him, to be great like him, and to live a life like him.
Chinyere Doma. I love the way she sings and her songs has more. I feel there's more to her songs. It has more impartation. I love her song because it's good. At least whenever I listen to her songs, it elevates my spirits too.
To me, I choose Yemi Alade. And why? Because I choose her because she's not a person that loves doing noisy things. She's the kind of person that she loves being calm. She didn't do show off. The kind of lady that respects herself. And why I think so she do that today is because her mom is an Igbo person and she behaved like one of us. You know, Yemi Alade will buy a car today. She will tell you, nobody will knows what happened in his family. She will keep everything privately. Okay, I'm not going to mention other people's name, but you know them when you see them. Anything in social media, you know them. I just love her because she's not a kind of person that is trying to put herself to other people, just to be like this person. She just wants to be herself, not to look like what people are buying car, buying house. I want to be like other people. She's not like that. That's why I choose her. But when it comes to male celebrities, I also choose Davido. Davido is the kind of person that helps people. Even when on stage, if he's performing and you went there and you want to embrace him, he will encourage you and he will still look for something to do for you. You understand? That is why I choose Davido and Yemi Alade.
For me, that would be Genevieve Naji. Yeah, I just love her, like her lifestyle, her really calm demeanor, and also she's not so much in the public eye, and she's popular obviously, but she's not so much in the public eye, and I love that.
Wow, it's amazing to see how different people find inspiration in so many celebrities, from actors and musicians to activities. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more street interviews. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at the newspaper for today, coming from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us for this in-depth analysis and reviews is our in-house analyst, Mr. Res. Mr. Res, it's good
thank you for having me once again on Sunrise newspaper review.
All right, and with us again is the man of many parts that will speak of Good Hope, the man, sports oracle himself, and commissioner of enjoyment.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You're
Today
welcome.
we'll look at where you commission these enjoyments because he's not getting into the studio as well.
All right, now moving over to the newspaper for today, coming from The Nation, headline that says, lawmakers, why Fubara should go. And the Punch paper says, Rivers in turmoil, APC leaders intervene as Fubara faces fresh impeachment threats. And in the Vanguard headline, the headline there says, impeachment, APC, Rivers Assembly at war over Fubara deputy. And on the Guardian paper, it says, Fubara may meet Tinubu as Rivers row escalates with Assembly probe. We can see across the newspapers today one message about Rivers State being at its political crossroad with impeachment threats, party interventions, and possible presidential mediation on the table. And we'll be starting today's paper from the Vanguard and the headline that says, impeachment, APC, Rivers Assembly at war over Fubara deputy. Now the Vanguard paper is highlighting an open clash between the APC leadership and the Rivers State House of Assembly, while lawmakers appear determined to press forward with impeachment proceedings against both the governor and his deputy. The APC leadership is reportedly urging caution, and the paper is noting that internal disagreements, legal battles, and political rivalries have deepened the crisis, raising fears of a prolonged power struggle that could paralyze state activities.
All right, River State in the news for the same reason. And I would say the wrong reason this time, because we are not speaking to new projects commissioned for the people. We are not speaking to the state assembly and the governor, dragging over new initiatives that will improve the life of the people. We are looking at the same scenario that played out in 2025, leading to state of emergency in River State. Mr. President's intervention to see that peace is restored, that things return to normalcy. And indeed, Mr. President, I would say, magnanimous to toe the line of the Constitution, to return democracy in River State. But above all that, it seems that it was a fragile peace, and we are back to the trenches. Mr. S, I have a position on this, but before we go into those details, let's get your view about these happenings in River State.
Well, it is a recurrent decimal in River State. This is the third impeachment move against Fubara. It's not just the first, it's not the second, it is now the third. You said Rivers is in the news once more. Yes, it has always been in the news, and for the wrong reasons. Because all along, it's been this feud, peacemaking, fragile peace, problems again, and all that. Fubara and his godfather have not been the best of everything since he was elected. Sometimes some schools of thought or some persons who have done some analysis on that relationship said that Fubara and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, who was the former governor, that Governor Wike was overbearing, and because he's overbearing, that is what snowballed into the situation. Because at a point, it was said that before anybody visits the government house, it must be approved from Abuja.
before you visit Fubara as governor, it must be approved from Abuja. The appointments made were made by the man at Abuja. And every other thing that was being made was made by the same man. So at the point, somebody was in Abuja acting and playing de facto responsibility, while Fubara, the governor, remains de jure. It is not done. At a point, when you push somebody to the wall, when you push, and when one gets to the wall, there's no other place to go to. There's no other place to go to. When you push, take a force and push to the wall will now, back up to resist your pushing against whatever you are pushing. And that is exactly what happened. So because of that, he said that Fubara did not obey the peace agreements made. And primarily, the primary peace agreement is that he should not think about coming back for a rerun, and which many observers and contributors to that discourse have said that it is against his fundamental rights. Now, nobody makes an agreement that is against the constitutional provision, what is provided in the Constitution for any individual. Then you begin to make an agreement. It's a breach. And to the extent of that, inconsistency with the Constitution, is to the extent of its inconsistency with the Constitution, is void. So how can a former governor tell a sitting governor you should not rerun? There's nothing that bars him, nothing ever should bar him from having a rerun. If he reruns and fails, that solves it. That depends on the voters, if they don't give him the franchise, he will go back to his home, to his house, and become a former governor. And now he has joined the APC. And joined the APC without Nyesom Wike carry him to join the APC. Nyesom Wike is not even in APC. So, because he joined the APC, Nyesom became irritated that he took a step outside what he should determine for him, because he was already determining everything for the governor.
All right. I will let you, continue to x-ray the issues in Rivers State, but first, let's listen to the Speaker of the Rivers State Assembly while he was speaking on this issue.
Distinguished colleagues, let me thank you so much for your contributions. In fact, I want to very sincerely thank you for rushing to the chamber when you got the memo from the clerk informing you that the House will be reconvening today. You cut short your holiday and your meetings with your constituents. Members, we were on recess and we had to call off this recess to serve the good people of Rivers State. I want to thank you very sincerely, very distinguished colleagues. You have indeed shown that you love Rivers State, you love your constituents. I thank you so much. Distinguished colleagues, the motion ably presented by the Deputy Speaker and the Honorable Silvanus Wanko, which is a motion to decline actions on the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and the Appropriation Bill 2026 until investigations on the allegations of gross misconduct against the Governor and Deputy Governor of Rivers State are concluded. This motion, I must say, going by what members have also commented, is actually a motion that is good and is in the best interests of Rivers State. 26 members of Rivers House of Assembly have brought allegations against the governor and the deputy governor. It is important that the process be allowed to go through in line with the provisions of the Constitution. And the particulars of gross misconduct have a lot to do with presentation of budget, refusal to present budget, spending outside the appropriation law. Distinguished colleagues, one thing very interesting is what members also indicated in that notice, but we're not here discussing the notice, but we're only making reference to it, which is that there is a notice and the process of impeachment is on. Distinguished colleagues, enough is enough. If they want us to forget the legislature, we leave the legislature. Let only the governor and the deputy governor spend as they like and eat our money and do as they like. Why were we elected? Why do we have the legislature? Why can't we be allowed to do our job? Distinguished colleagues, I thank you for your contributions. We will follow this impeachment process through. The Supreme Court has confirmed that the governor has committed offenses against the Constitution. Let the law take its course. The law has to take its course. Mr. President, we thank Mr. President. He's a father. Mr. President has done his best. Mr. President has spoken to the governor. In my presence, Mr. President told the governor, I'm giving you a second chance. The governor refused. He gave him another one. The governor refused. How many times will Mr. President call us? Distinguished colleagues, I thank you for your contributions. Prayers have been properly canvassed by members. Those in favor of the prayers of this motion should indicate by saying ayes. Again, say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, by this motion, this House hereby condemns the refusal of the governor of Rivers State, Sasina Yefobara, GSSRS, with support from the deputy governor, Professor Ngozi Mma-Odo, DSSRS, to present the medium-term expenditure framework MTF and 2026 appropriation bill in line with the Rivers State Fiscal Responsibility Law 2010 and the Constitution, respectively, as well as the reckless spending from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State. 2, this House is declaring that the House will not proceed with any action for presentation of the medium-term expenditure framework MTF and appropriation bill 2026 until the investigation of gross misconduct leveled against the governor and deputy governor are concluded. Distinguished colleagues, these are the prayers. Thank you so much.
We'll listen to the River State State Assembly Speaker, on this issue around gross misconduct, which they are leveling against the governor. And a lot of things were said. And if you listen to that remark by the speaker very well, you see that he is quite agitated. He is visibly angry, And before we started, I did say I have a position on this issue, but before we start taking positions, I will still let you, Mr. Rest, to continue to, x-ray these very issues. But I would want to, bring the conversation to a little balance. The individuals in question, we're speaking to the governor, we're speaking about the State Assembly. Now, before the law, one thing is obvious, that the Constitution empowers the State Assembly to investigate the governor and possibly impeach a governor. Under the Nigerian Constitution, Section 188 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic, as amended, did empower them to investigate and possibly impeach a governor for gross misconduct. And when you listen to the allegations leveled against the governor, these are issues within the ambit of the law, not speaking to the politics of it. One question I would want us to bear in mind while we'll continue to have conversation on this issue is, did the governor violate any aspect of these laws leading to investigation and possible threat of impeachment. The governor has been served a notice of impeachment. The process has started. We know that by the Constitution, the process starts with the State Assembly. And then there are other processes before it will be concluded. Just to bring that to focus, why we have this interaction. Mr. Ress.
Okay, well, there are claims that the governor has been asked to bring the 2026 budget. But we should recall that during his suspension, a budget was done by the administrator and sent to the National Assembly, which they approved. That budget is still running. And that budget is still running. You cannot, it has overlapped and taken into 2026. So there's no way, because that budget was passed, somewhere in March. There were other claims, although they said it's gross misconduct. Gross misconduct is impeachable, yes. There's no two ways about it. So, but one has to think about the underlying factors before you arrive at gross misconduct. And if you are going to even impeach him, a letter has been forwarded to him. It will be, of course, the Speaker of the House, Amaule, Speaker of the House of Assembly in Rivers State, said it will be delivered in 7 days to Fubara, the governor, and the deputy. So, when they deliver it, Fubara will have to reply. After reply, they will also send it, ask the Chief Justice of Rivers State. So set up a committee and give the committee a time during which they will holistically look at the merits and demerits of the impeachment move and see if the claims of the House Assembly were, good enough for the impeachment of the governor, and they will recommend so. So it is still a process until the committee meets and says indict Fubara. Then one will now begin to talk about, the wrongs of Fubara, because it is like a court. The indictment is like the indictment of a court of competent jurisdiction. So when you begin to say Fubara is indicted, you cannot indict him as at now, because it has not even gone to the committee. So until the process gets to that point, you can now begin to conclude. But then, the Speaker, from the way he spoke, was emotional about it. He allowed his emotion to actually take over whatever.
Mr. Ress, do we call that emotional?
Yes, emotional. He was angry. Emotional.
Angry at the misdeeds or wrongs of the governor.
Yeah, you see, even if the governor is wrong, he does not call for such anger before the members of the assembly and the world. He's supposed to.
He was speaking to the violation of the Constitution.
He's going through a process. He's going through a process, and the process is a process of a legal process. So you see, does the judge, who is called a loquacious judge? A judge who steps into the arena of the court, a judge who becomes a prosecutor instead of being a judge, instead of listening. Do you understand? When you allow your emotions to come in, there are chances that it will influence your reasoning, whichever angle you want to. Do you understand? You won't be dispassionate. You won't be controlled by the provisions of the law. Going straight through the provisions of the law. You saw him shouting, as if maybe he was shouting. Was he shouting at the audience or to the members of the assembly or to Fubara.
It has to convey the urgency of the issue.
It's not even shouting does not convey urgency.
Well, you say
He was actually
okay.
trying to, say it as he's feeling. I can tell you that
that's emotion, feeling. Yes,
the way he feels. But
right.
it does not rule out the fact that what is said is said. And right now, from his own point of view, he was trying to, let them know the urgency. This is a problem that we need to tackle together. That has, been raised. So what are we going to do about it? Enough is enough. And when something goes into enough is enough, there's always this urgency, something to, spike that emotion out of you to announce it. We need to do something. I feel that's where...
All right, Mr. Reyes, let's move away from the emotions of the speaker and look at the issues at hand.
Yes.
Okay, we can start tracing where did this scenario start. Let's trace back to 2025, for example, and leave the emotions of the speaker.
If you go back to the underlying factors behind the imbroglio in Rivers State, it may not all be about gross misconduct of the governor. You see, if you look at what has been playing out in Rivers State, as he during the first impeachment move, what were the issues about? What were the reasons for the impeachment move? Is it gross misconduct again? How long has he been in office before that? It was in September. It was sworn in 29th May. So in September, the first move to impeach Fubara came into being. So, and I want to ask, has he done those things then? So what were the actual things that prompted his impeachment then? Has he done those things that are not talking about?
For me, I will tell you that this gross misconduct, that is on the table now about the governor, just like Mr. Reyes has said, is actually not like, it is not something that we could say that just came from nowhere. It is an engineering, a political engineering that happened over time, right from 2025. Now, I wanted to ask a question. Has the gross misconduct, are the things which he did, are they being spelled out somewhere?
Sure.
That these things are what he did.
Sure.
Basically, that when you read it, it is aligning with what the Court of Justice or the lawmakers are bringing up right now.
You see, I said impeachment started June, July, August, September. Impeachment started barely after 3 months in office. So it is not the current impeachment. This one is the third one. So when did Fubara commit the gross misconduct in the first impeachment? And what were the things that he did? That is exactly why I'm saying that there is an underlying factor that brought in the impeachment moves. Each time they are clinging on impeachment because somebody wants to remove Fubara.
Yes,
so
exactly.
What's the underlying factors?
That is exactly what I'm saying. The underlying factors are that somebody wants to play the facto governor while Fubara remains dormant and de jure. That is exactly what I'm saying. His predecessor that is said to have helped him to become the governor wants to dictate the tune. He wants to rule from Abuja. He wants to do everything. That is why I said it earlier, that you don't go to government house except Abuja approves of it. Abuja approving of it is about the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. How can you tell somebody to be a governor and nobody visits him except you approve it from Abuja? Is it done? It's overbearing. I said it earlier that the overbearing attitude was what brought in the feud. And because of the fact that the same person who brought Fubara into the government house also brought all the members of the House of Assembly, and they are all loyal to him. So because of that loyalty, whatever he tells them to do, that they did. Remember that they had earlier cross-carpeted to APC. Yes. When Fubara went to court asking them to leave their seats, given the legal interpretations of cross-carpeting for members of the legislature, they went back. The court also came back to say they did not cross-carpet. You understand it? Yeah. The people, it was on audio-visual everywhere that these people on newspapers and so on, they openly announced that they have moved. But the court said, no, it is not about movement. The movement means if they were properly registered as members of APC and then nullified that. Fine. Now, the second impeachment came and another peace talk was done. And the president provided the peace. But today, because of the fact, what irritates his mentor most is that he has gone to enter the APC and become the #1 citizen of APC in Rivers State. Yeah. And the man is not happy because that will make him to have a rerun, which is part of the agreement. And he has been going about throughout the Utah season, going about campaigning and said, you have not fulfilled the agreements reached. Mr. President called you, and during that agreement, we said you should not rerun, and you are saying you are going to rerun. So how can that be? You don't, hold agreements made tight. But these were all verbal agreements. It's not cast on stone. Nobody wrote anything. He did not sign an agreement. And even if you sign an agreement that is obnoxious, that is inconsistency with the provisions of the Constitution, it is null and void.
All right, Mr. Ress, we'll continue to look at this issue with a view to, seeing how this issue could be resolved, not absolving any party involved. But before we still go at the issue, let's take a look at what the Punch newspaper said on this very issue.
All right, now moving over to the Punch headline. The newspaper headline there says, Rivers in turmoil, APC leaders intervene as Fubara faces fresh impeachment threat. Punch paints a picture of a state on edge with tensions rising. Top leaders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, that have stepped in to prevent the crisis from spiraling out of control. The newspaper reports that behind-the-scenes talks and emergency meetings are ongoing as impeachment threats against Governor Fubara's resurface. The APC leadership is said to be worried that prolonged instability in Rivers State could damage the party's national image and disrupt governance, especially in the oil-rich region.
All right. This brings the very perspective I'm looking for on this very issue. And Mr. Arres, when we talk about this issue, for me, we will not discuss this in isolation of the state of emergency that we had in Rivers State, being that the situation, got to a crescendo where the president had to intervene to ensure that, peace and order was restored to Rivers State. But be that as it may, like I did tell you when we started, I have a position on this issue, beyond perhaps the position of the editorials and my directors on this. My personal view on this very issue, and I speak freely, for example, is that the political players in Rivers State in this whole matter has been reckless. The political players in this whole issue have been reckless from each of the sides, because we are returning to the very scenario that led to state of emergency in Rivers State. Speaking about the Nyesom Wike himself equally has not, applied, if I may, political wisdom in the scenario that we're seeing. And that does not mean to exonerate Fubara. Yes, all the time we want to blame Wike about this situation. But beyond Wike, can we take a look at Fubara here? Because what is Wike all about? Yes, it's within the right of the governor as the number one citizen of the state to take certain position, and perhaps as is allegedly reached in the agreement that he may not seek a second term in office. Let's uphold that as a part of an agreement allegedly where he was told not to seek a second term. Yes, perhaps he may have agreed to that, as at that point in time he still as a human being may want to change his mind to run for a second term in office. But there were agreements that were reached. And again, despite that agreement, where we saw him, there was a video of him speaking about Wike, speaking about Mr. President, the peace that they now enjoy, the length they went to. One thing that is obvious is that Wike is supporting Mr. President. Fubara too is supporting Mr. President. And Mr. President did intervene. And we are getting back to square one. Now, while I do not wholly exonerate Wike of or absolve him of any involvement in this issue, now I look at Fubara. He is not the first state governor who has never been in control of his legislature. But that's why I say that on the matter, he has not, he has not been politically savvy in how he's handling the whole issue. There have been governors who had a majority opposition in their state. And the question is, how did they handle it? The issue in Rivers State is not the first time it's happening in any of the states. In Enugu State, for example, during the era of Chimaroke Namani and Jim Wobodo was in Abuja. Yes, we knew he was instrumental to installing the governor. But what happened? Chimaroke somehow was able to win over his state assembly, such that at the end of the day, Wobodo lost out. Chimaroke had his way. What we expected after the peace that was brokered by Mr. President, and he was given a second opportunity, that he would work in tandem with the State House of Assembly. Look at the scenario in December, where he gave them a gift that was rejected, a patri gift. Even at your level, at my level, I may reject a gift of 100,000. Then speaking to the State House of Assembly, that's arrogancy from the governor. He didn't invite them for a dinner. You sent over a patri 100,000. That was telling them, and as is being claimed, that he has no regard for the legislature, telling his followers that they can do nothing, as we heard the speaker say. So when you bring this whole issue together, I tell you that Fubara himself is not a saint in this whole issue. So we need to bring it all together. And I tell you, that's why I'm happy at the news from the Punch. APC is intervening. Yes, it's a process. And I can tell you that he may not be impeached, because I expect the APC to intervene now that he has moved to the APC. Unlike the former scenario where they were all in PDP and PDP was rudderless, I expect the leadership of APC to intervene, because the legislators at the State Assembly are all members of the APC now, like you did point out. So I will expect the party chairman, the party organ, to intervene in the issue. And beyond that intervention, they both support Mr. President. So I see a political solution to the whole scenario at the end of the day. But beyond that, I tell you, if Wike is impeached tomorrow, nothing will happen. Fubara, heaven will not fall. The most we will see, Nigerians will protest. And after that, they will move on. He won't be the first governor that has been impeached. Remember in Kaduna State, Balaribe Musa was impeached due to his stubbornness. When he was in PRP and he had the NPN majority in the legislature, he was served notice stubbornly. He refused and he was impeached. What happened? So I dare say the governor needs to sit up. One expected that after he was returned to office, that he will embrace all the Rivers people, the legislators, immediate, and not since he moved to APC, we saw the arrogancy, the arrogant way he moves about, making hidden remarks. And what would one expect? The situation we are witnessing in River State. So, when I did tell you that none of the parties in this scenario is decent, none of them, can be excused in this scenario. Fubara, as much as Wike, is culpable as well. And we did talk, and we always talk about what is the issue at stake. I have mentioned Fubara has the capacity to win his state over. We saw Wike moving around, going around, trying to get the people over. That's what we expected from the governor, to win his state assembly over. And now since he moved to APC and he now feels that nobody can do anything, things can happen. But like I did mention, now that he's in APC, I expect the governor's forum to intervene. I expect the APC to intervene. Mr. Rest, I know your position may differ from mine. Let's get your views on this.
What else do you want to get from me on this when I've already taken my position? I said, you see, it is a serious problem. One thing that is very interesting is that the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, wants River State, and he has River State already, because both parties on both sides of the problem are both supporting Mr. President. The only thing, actually was that Wike, who is also working for APC, because as the Minister of Federal Capital Territory is working for the APC government, though he's still in PDP, in a faction of PDP. The members of APC are beginning to say that is a kind of using so much powers, energy in trying to determine what happens even in APC. You see, as a non-member of APC is not supposed to actually say what happens. If he has a candidate, let him promote a candidate for elections and let his candidate win. The issue about whether this man, promotes the agreement reached in terms of running for a second term is neither here nor there. It doesn't exist. So if he has a candidate and he's popular in River State, that politics and democracy is a game of number. All he needs to do is to promote his candidate, endear the candidate to the people, and let them floor Fubara. You see, creating problems here and there to the detriment of the masses. The masses are suffering as a result of that problem in River State. The achievements that the government ought to have made, they use this period of problems, the achievements are not done. Those things are not done. Developments are not done. If Fubara would have done 20 things, he will end up doing just 3 or 4. So it is very wrong. But then, like you said, our expectation is that members of APC should be able to resolve that crisis, because it is, primarily on their table. It is an APC versus APC in the present circumstance, if Wike is put on the other side. Members of the House of Assembly, most of who are in APC too. So let them resolve their problem. But if you think that what they are doing is justified, why are all these people coming, to ensure that the situation is resolved in favor of Fubara? Why? If Wike has been on the best of side, why are all the people, members of APC, Governors Forum, members of APC Governors Forum, members of APC as a whole, the secretary of the party, and every other person are all, talking and, disenchanted about the move. So that tells you that there's a whole lot of sympathy for Sim Fubara.
Okay.
And based on such sympathy, you find out that there are certain considerations that were made before these sympathies were evoked.
All right. I agree to sympathies, but I still want us to take a look at the issues.
Is not a saint.
He is no saint.
He is a Nigerian.
And he's politically naive.
And he's not from the moon.
He's politically naive.
He is part of the weak, whatever. He's one of the members. He's one of those legislature members. Because he was a permanent secretary. So they all know one another. So he ought to know what to do and how to go about it. But, all these things depends on how, they were all recruited. The recruitment matters.
Anyways, but looking at the merits of the issue at stake, there is undertones, but when you look at the charges that have been leveled against him, speaking to budget presentation, Lagos State is the biggest in terms of when you talk about budgeting and budgetary allocation due to the population and the size of the state as well. The governor of the state has presented a budget. Why is it difficult for Fubara to make a presentation? Across the federation, all the subnationals, almost all the states has presented a budget. What is so difficult for him in presenting a budget? The time he used to lobby people in Abuja to prevail on the assembly members to overlook the issue of budget would have been used to make a budget presentation. So what is so difficult in presenting a budget to the State Assembly? Every other person has done that.
Let me ask you, at what point, at what time was the budget of River State done in 2025? I'm asking you.
Mr. Reyes, irrespective of the time it was
done, it was done, that budget was done. I told you here that budget is still running. And you are now coming to say that they must quash the running budget.
It is already a running budget.
Are they quashing a running budget to come and then do a fresh budget that will start immediately? You should allow the running budget to run, because there's been a lacuna. The budget
that was running was from who?
Yes, that is the lacuna. That is the time that he was suspended. Made it, impossible for him to present that budget. It was the sole administrator that did the budget, approved by the National Assembly, and that budget is running. And when was it done? How many months ago?
No.
That is exactly
what. What would they expect? What would they expect? Like when he is back, what would he have done? What would they expect? Okay, there is a running budget. What's wrong in going to the State Assembly to present that position? How incorporate the running budget into the 2026 appropriation bill so that you streamline and have a wholesome budget? Remember that when this same issue did go to the Supreme Court, and that's where I'm sorry for Fubara, that the mandated him to go back, present a budget, because this was the same situation that led to the 6 months state of emergency in River State. And we are on the same issue. That's what I'm about. And if this whole process is allowed to go through and he goes to the Supreme Court, I'm sorry, I see a situation where the Supreme Court will turn their backs on him, because he failed to implement their judgment or heed to their instruction because he didn't. And the judges, like, in football match, when you don't heed to the referee or the last man's instruction, next thing is to give you a card. So I pity him. That's why I speak to his political naivety and what I call political arrogance in his position. So this situation, Mr. Reyes,
justice gotten by Wike are such justice that has been gotten by Wike.
No, this is a judgment of the Supreme Court.
Whatever it is.
This is a judgment of Supreme Court.
Of course, people have criticized the judgment of Supreme Court.
At the end of the day, people did criticize the Supreme Court.
The latest judgment on.
There is always criticism on every judgment.
The judgment, even the judgment on the recent judgment on the Fubara issue, that is the suspension issue, the state of emergency. Of course, some judges came out and said that even the president had no right to suspend an elected executive or legislature. He has right to do a state of emergency. But he doesn't have the right to suspend, to remove. You cannot. There's no place it is in the Constitution that an elected executive can be removed through a presidential state of emergency. It can only be removed through this, what is happening now. That is the impeachment. That is all. There's no other thing that will remove a governor that is okay, sound. Do you understand? The other things that could make a governor leave when he found to be incapable, incapacitated, or that. But outside that, it's only impeachment.
Yes, and when I did speak to impeachment, you understand, when I was talking about this, a situation where, I was trying to narrow down to a situation where the APC is unable to resolve this very issue and it leads to impeachment. What will be the outcome? You understand? At the end of the day, the law will be the law. Let me rephrase, by retracting that word, of nothing will happen. But what I mean by that, when I was trying to say, is that the law, it becomes a law. It can only be challenged in court. Irrespective of the fact that maybe perhaps we would want people to, protest, and at the end of the day, the law will be followed through. And let me equally withdraw when I said I use the word being stubborn, but I am of the view that the position, that the governor is taking, should be soft-tuned such that he would accommodate everybody. You understand? He has to embrace everybody because embrace peace. Because, for example, in Sokoto State, when Tambuwa was the governor, we saw a state assembly that was majority the PDP. They elected an opposition member to be the speaker, and a governor was able to manage such situation. We've seen governors good. So we're expecting that.
But you remember that
Fubara should soften up.
P2B at one point was impeached,
and he did go to court.
Good.
That's why.
When
that's
you
why
talk about impeachment,
that's why I speak
when
to
you talk about impeachment and whatever thing that is claimed to have been done, you say Supreme Court said he has done it, which is an indictment. Then the Supreme Court should have asked him to even leave office.
No, the Supreme Court instructed that he should go and present a budget, which is why I'm speaking to, if this issue should get back to the Supreme Court or the same scenario of budgeting, he has not presented a budget. So one may begin to, wonder how the judges, the learned judges will look round at the issue. But be that as it may, what we expect, like you did say, is a position that will enrich the people of Rivers State.
When was the judgment given? The presentation of a budget?
Yes, before the state of emergency.
Thank you. Is it 2026 budget?
No, but the point here is the point here is, Mr. Reyes, the point
here is, everybody
is
asking him to present a budget when he has reason not to present a budget. You say he goes to Supreme Court. So it's not about that. It's about what had happened earlier.
Yes.
But
So the judgment
at the end of
has
the day,
nothing
at the
to
end
do
of the day,
with the presentation
no,
of
but at the end
budget
of, at the
now.
end of the day, the judges will equally look at was their instruction, was their judgment carried out? You know, because you won't say that that judgment at the end of the day won't be a reference point.
That budget presentation has been overtaken by event. A budget has been done for River State in 2025.
Who did?
And somebody who was appointed by the president.
Then the elected governor now returned. We are still on the issue of budget presentation. But that's why he's been is part of his alleged offenses.
Did he quash the budget that is running?
He had to follow through.
The National Assembly, a legitimate body, approved that budget. The National Assembly. And it is running. And you are telling me that if he comes, he will just quash everything.
No, he had to build something so that
all
it
right.
can be.
I wonder.
All right, I invite us to watch and see how the scenario plays out. We'll continue to analyze these issues as they continue to unfold, and we'll continue to take our individual and collective position on this very scenario. The point remains that whatever is happening in River State, you know, that the people, the masses, should be considered. The plight of the people should be, you know, taken to account. Having said that, we'll move over to the sports oracle to let us know what's happening in the sports world this morning.
All right. So, in the world of sports today, there are many things that happened just yesterday in the Premier League. And the news that we have just now is that Antonio Semenyo has moved officially to Manchester City. Antonio Semenyo of Bournemouth has moved to Manchester City, and he is currently the Manchester City player. I want us to talk about AFCON because a lot of news are really around the match between Nigeria and Algeria, and talking about the unpaid bonuses that was just announced yesterday, that will be paid, that has been already sent, that they will receive in their domicile accounts today, unveiling it today, and talking about the way Algeria plays and how Nigeria also plays. I don't know, Mr. Rex, how do you see, what are we expecting from Nigeria, Algeria, seeing that these guys are also, you know, matching Nigeria in the energy, and they became the only team who scored up to, who got 9 points, of course, just like Nigeria, who won their 3 matches in the group stages. They are the only team with Nigeria, seeing that they match almost with every capacity that Nigeria has, they match it. What do you think about the match?
Algeria is a team that is technically sound, and in all the departments of the game, they are good. Nigeria, as a country, I have said it here, and I've continued, and I will continue to say it, that Nigeria have improved with every match. Okay. That is to say that each match they get into, they do better than they have done. Okay. So the expectation is not going to be an easy match. Of course, a better side will certainly win. Yeah. But for me, as Rex, I am patriotic, and I believe in my country.
Yes, yes.
And I believe in my country, more so when we have not been able to give the Nigerian populace the World Cup ticket. Okay. And I think that the Nigerian team will work very hard to ensure that the ticket they didn't give to Nigerians, they may, you know, do something to assuage the feelings of the people.
Talking about that too, I would like to come to Ms. Tuche right now, because we that are Nigerians are expecting the best result tomorrow, seeing that we have played the games and we have scored many goals. Even the match just against Mozambique, that we scored up to 4 goals and there was no concession. We did not concede any goal. That means that, like Mr. Red said, we have been improving and we have kept on with the improvisation of our game. What do you think about the midfield that the Super Eagles coach has gone to reinforce? Because if you look at football, you will see that one of the components of football is the midfield, and our Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle has reinforced the midfield by bringing in the best hands, looking at people like Alex Iwobi, playing a pivot role in the midfield. And I don't know how you see that, Mr. Rex. What do you think about Nigeria's midfield? Sorry, Mr. Tuche, sorry.
Okay.
Compared to Nigeria's midfield.
The modern football, for me, over time, has been, reshaped such that is the midfield that usually dictates the pace of every match. Your exploits in the field, your success, win or lose, more often is keyed in at the defense. So they've done well so far, and one would expect that, like Mr. Rex did say, they continue to improve. But we'll take a look at the fact that they are playing Algeria. And where is Algeria in Africa? Algeria is not Africa, right? And they are not African teams have been always our banana peels when it comes to football competitions. So one would expect that, taking this into account, that midfield will come with their top game. Let it not be a day where you begin to see a different midfield. They have to be on top of their game in that match for us to have a chance in overcoming the Algerians. So I expect the Nigerian team to be far better than they've been, to be on top of their game, but this is going to be, for me, the biggest test they've yet seen in this tournament.
Well, yes, it's going to be the biggest for me and for other. Just like the match is tomorrow by 5 p.m. we're going to, face one of the toughest opposition that we could say is in the AFCON so far. And that would test the strength and everything we have been preparing over the years as a country. And just 2 days ago, our head coach, Richelle, marked his 1 year in the office. And looking at the stats, he has only lost one match from the whole thing. He has played matches of more than 50 games, but he has only lost one game, and that is so commendable. Talking about where he's from, he's a Malian. He's from Mali. So, and looking at how he has improved the team shows you that there are lots of things we expect in the coming days. Now, moving on, we have to see the newspaper, the sports paper for today, and the things that are happening in the world of sports. There are lots of informations also from the English Premier League to transfer news and other things. You will see that at the headline we have Garba Lawal having his exclusive interview where he had to make some remarks that are kind of touching to AFCON. But I want us to look at the few things that are happening in the transfer world, in the world of transfer. Talking about Chelsea not interested in Vinicius. Well, Chelsea has been there has been this rumor that Chelsea wants to make this get Vinicius to their team, having the likes of Estavio and Garnacho. Adding Vinicius could be another issue. While Chelsea just the other day made a change in their coaching staff, where they signed the RC Strasbourg coach to join Rosenio to join the team. Well, moving on from that, you have Semenyo, like I've told you, completing his deal, his Manchester City move, and Lookman rated top footballer, to one of the tops in this AFCON game. Our players are really doing well in AFCON, I will tell you, and they are giving their best to what we could say is the best from the playmaking and everything. Now, look at what Anthony Joshua has said, that he will not continue boxing. He's going on retirement, and the family supports it. But here in the newspaper, we have him yesterday posting emotional tribute to his friends who lost their life in the car crash at the Ogun Expressway. That was so. I read it, and I read what he wrote. It was so sad from everything. But going down, you will see Juventus planning to make that purchase of Chiesa from Liverpool. Chiesa went from Liverpool, from Juventus to Liverpool. Now, you know what happens a lot in the league is that many people, if the football game does not favor this person, they will now go back to where they came from. And when they go back, you will see that the person will start playing again. So, do you think that this Anthony Joshua, that is he too young to retire, or to say that because of the experience? Do you guys think he's too young? Or
well, whatever are his reasons for this retirement are best known to him and his family.
Yeah.
Because what happened to him is not a very good thing.
Yes,
God
yes,
only
yes,
gave him a second chance.
Yes.
So possibly he must have looked at things the way it happened. I know after winning a major tournament and he came back to Nigeria only to just survive by whiskers death. So the reason for retiring may be just a decision between him and his family members.
Well, you know that in boxing, a lot of people say they are retiring and they still come back. Just that the other day, Usyk said that he's coming back to fight. That he said he retired last year, July, after he finished the boxing game he had. He said he's retiring. But Mr. Uche, do you think he's too young because of what happened to him? Do you think it's time for him that this retirement will just be something he needs to do now?
Well, after that very accident, I wouldn't say that his retirement or coming out to announce a retirement from boxing is surprising to me. But what was surprising to me is the time it came. I was expecting that to happen, but I was thinking maybe it would take a longer while. I wouldn't see him fight before he finally makes an announcement of his retirement. Given the magnitude of what happened, I expect that first of all, the trauma that he went through, I was expecting that, he will go into therapy. Then from therapy, we'll talk about rehabilitation. But we can't stay here, and begin to, because we don't know what, the health situation, his health situation as it is. Perhaps from the opinion of the medical experts who have advised him to, that it's better you retire. Boxing is a sport that takes a lot on the individual, even after a lot in preparation, a lot of beating, in the sport. You've seen lots of boxers after retirement, they begin to suffer Parkinson's disease and other ailments. But be that as it may, I think, given the magnitude of what happened, is a very good decision for him to step aside for now. And if it's for health challenge, yes, it's the right time to call it quits.
Yes.
But if it is for a rehabilitation process, there's nothing bad that maybe after 2-3 years, he may want to come back.
But using that word retiring, it's to me, when it comes to sports, when someone says I'm retiring, we could say from football that this person is just hanging his or her boots. But I've seen that it's not the same when it comes to boxing.
In as much as we are talking about sports here, these are different sports,
yes,
right?
Yes.
In as much as, yes, in football, we say that football is a contact sport, but talk about the magnitude of contact. You are talking about boxing where, each blow could weigh up to 50 kilograms. Yes. So when you take in these beatings, you've seen a lot of them. So even some of them lose their motor activity in the ring, due to the blow they sustain. You've seen a lot of knockouts and all that. So yes, it's sport, but it's different contact sports.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of difference. When footballers retire, is always as a result of age.
Okay.
Do you understand? Perhaps injury. What you were thinking when I saw Jejo Kocha retired, I happened to be opportune to meet him, at one event in Lagos, and I was looking at him. The daughter that just got married was so little, clinging to him, at a hotel where we were. And when he came out, I took a look at him. And in my mind, I was like, why did this young man retire from football at this age? I was looking at him so young. I was like, why did this man have to retire? Do you understand? But he knows his age, his health, his condition. He's tired.
Yes.
I now listened to an interview. He said, there's a point you get to and you're tired. You can't continue going to these early morning trainings and all that. So these are different scenarios. For footballers, when they go, they go. But in bossing, a lot of factors.
Yes, yeah. All right, thank you very much. And I hand over to Deborah.
All right, thank you very much for that, Good Hope. And now moving over to our business stock update for today.
All right, that brings us to the Nigerian stock market update for today. That's for yesterday, please. Thursday, January 8, 2026. The Nigerian stock market sustained its bullish momentum with all share index ASI gaining 0.13% to close at 160,806.56 points. The upward trend added approximately 137.35 billion naira to investors' portfolio, bringing total market capitalization to 102.82 trillion naira. This milestone follows President Tinubu's recent commendation of the market for surpassing the historic 100 trillion naira mark earlier in the week. Let's take a look at the top 5 gainers. Pharmaceutical and tech stocks dominated the gainers chart yesterday. We see NineMet International, which is a pharmaceutical company, closing at 7.77 naira 70 kobo, making a plus 10 positive adjustment. We see another pharmaceutical stock, May and Baker Nigeria, closing its book yesterday at 26 naira 20 kobo, making a plus 9.85% adjustment. Then on the top position is Ip Transat International, closing its book yesterday at 13 naira 65 kobo, making a plus 9.64 positive adjustment. And we see Multiverse Mining and Exploration closing its book at 21 naira 30 kobo, making a plus 9.51% adjustment. We are seeing another pharmaceutical stock, Mikio Industries, closing its book at 74 naira 95 kobo, making a plus 9.42% adjustment. Despite the overall market gain, several stocks faced significant sell-off. And on the list of losers, we have the top 5 as number 1, International Energy Insurance, which closed its book yesterday at 2 naira 73 kobo, making a minus 9.90% loss adjustment. Where they are followed by ABC Transport, which closed trading yesterday at 4 naira 47 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.88%. Then they are followed by Austin Lars and Company, which closes book yesterday at 4 naira 58 kobo, equally making a negative 9.84% adjustment. Then we see Corn Oil PLC closing trading yesterday at 169 naira, equally making a negative 9.72 adjustment. The last on that list is Veritas Capital Assurance, which closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 77 kobo, making a negative 9.69 adjustment. Then when we'll give you a rundown of the summary of the market yesterday, trading activity saw a total of 645.02 million shares exchanged in 44,380 deals valued at 16.42 billion naira. The most traded stock by volume yesterday was Champs PLC, which led the volume chart with 60.5 million shares, followed by Linkage Assurance and Tantalizers. And then on the performance of the market, notably, we saw a situation whereby index 0.15% were among the notable gainers. Talking about the consumer goods industry, they were the top performers yesterday. But as we speak, you're aware that the market is open and trading has commenced. But we warn that before you make any investment in the capital market, please do consult a financial expert due to the volatility of the market.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now this is where we call it a day on Sunrise on Aneke TV. And please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV. Or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise every morning. I am Deborah Wakaba.
And Mr. Resaru, thank you for those in-depth heated debates on River State.
Thank you. Keep watching Aneke TV.
And Mr. Good Hope, the man of many parts. It's good to always have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, we are out on the street today asking people a simple question. Which celebrity inspires them the most and why? Let's hear what they have to say.
And the celebrity that inspires me a lot, just as all of us we know now, Mercy Chinwo, but it's just I like her danceable show. But when we talk about worship, I like Steve Crown. Yes, and that of there are many of them. Just I don't even know their name a lot. There are many of them actually. So these are the musicians, the celebrity that inspires me a lot because it leads me to worship God more and more and come to know Him more.
The celebrity that inspires me the most is Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ is the Savior of the world. And with Him coming to the earth to die for us is an inspiration. So He inspires us with His life, the way the way He came to the world to die and save the people from sin and put us in the right path, on the right path rather, is an inspiration. So I am so inspired to be like Him, to be great like Him, and to live a life like Him.
I love the way she sings and her songs has more. I feel there's more to her songs. It has more impartation. I love her song because it's good. At least whenever I listen to her songs, it elevates my spirits too.
To me, I choose Yemi Alade. And why? Because I choose her because she's not a person that loves doing noisy things. She's the kind of person that she loves being calm. She didn't do show off. The kind of lady that respects herself. And why I think so she do that today is because because her mom is an Igbo person and she behaved like one of us. You know, Yemi Alade will buy a car today. She will tell you, nobody will knows what happened in his family. She will keep everything privately. Okay, I'm not going to put anybody, I'm not going to mention other people's name, but you know them when you see them. Anything in social media, you know them. I just love her because she's not the kind of person that is trying to like put herself to other people, like just to be like this person. She just wants to be herself, not to look like what, because people are buying car, buying house. I want to be like other people. She's not like that. That's why I choose her. But when it comes to male celebrities, I also choose Davido. Davido is the kind of person that helps people. Even when on stage, if he's performing and you went there and you want to embrace him, he will encourage you and he will still look for something to do for you. You understand? That is why I choose Davido and Yemi Alade.
For me, that would be Genevieve Naji. Yeah, I just love her, like her lifestyle, her really calm demeanor, and also she's not so much in like the public eye, and she's popular obviously, but she's not like so much in the public eye, and I love that.
Wow, it's amazing to see how different people find inspiration in so many celebrities, from actors and musicians to activities. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more street interviews. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Enugu State is known for its rich culinary heritage, with various local government areas contributing their unique dishes and specialties. Some popular dishes across Enugu State include Okpa, a traditional Igbo dish made from Bambara groundnuts; Abacha, a popular Nigerian dish made from dried shredded cassava; Nkwobi, a spicy cow leg dish; Abobo or Fiofio, a porridge made from pigeon peas; Ofe Akwu, a traditional Nigerian soup made with palm fruits oil extract; Akpu, a traditional Nigerian food made from cassava tubers; Ogba, a traditional Nigerian food ingredient made from fermented oil bean seeds; Okwa, African breadfruit, often used in traditional dishes. Oha soup, a traditional Nigerian soup made with oha leaves and cocoyam paste. And going over to the local government areas. We begin in an Inri local government area, which is known for the following cassava-based dishes: gari, fufu, and processed flakes. Market-made snacks like the okpa, which is the Bambara nut cake, akara-style bean fritters, and palm oil-based salads. Ogo local government is known for its hearty soups and stews, pepper soup variants and goats and Milton preparations, staples, yam and cassava. Enugu's local government area is known for their special delicacy nkwobi, isiewu, spicy cow leg, and street foods like pepper soup and grilled fish, and packaged traditional foods like dried abacha flakes and pre-packed okpa. And Enugu North is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago is known for markets and ceremonial foods like abacha, smoked fish, ogba, which is fermented oil bean, and roasted proteins. Enugu South is known for hospitality foods, which are abacha, okpa, nkwobi, okwa, and other southern Igbo staples. Ezeago also has the abacha and cassava-derived dishes, distinctive abacha preparations using dried and shredded cassava. Igbo Etiti local government is known for mixed staples like yam, cassava, and legumes with pigeon pea. They also have bean dishes like abobo, fiofio, and bean-based preparations. Igbo Eze North has rural produce like bambara nuts and cassava, as well as street breakfast items like okpa and akara. While Igbo Eze South has festive soups and cassava accompaniment.
Dr. Yunusa Tanko. Thank you, Yunusa Tanko. With your obedient movement, we know what you can do. Having taken this, I don't think we will have to waste more time because Senator Ben Obi has said it clearly, and that's what we want to hear. That His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi I have to flow from his speech so that we'll save time. He concluded that after all the consultations, that this group met and agreed that wherever P2B goes to is the platform all of us will go to. Is that not what we agreed? So on that note, we have to give him the chance now to tell us where we are going. May I invite respectfully His Excellency Mr. P2B, CON, to say where we are going. Your Excellency Senator David Mark, listen carefully where we have decided to go.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let me start by just recognizing some of our distinguished leaders that are here. I have to recognize the party chairman, our own dear senior brother, distinguished Senator David Mark. Recognize the chairman of our occasion and our
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
and our dear father, Chief Simon Okeke, and all the elders that are here, because all the ex-governors here, apart from maybe my junior brother Aneke, and all my seniors, let me say on all protocols very respectfully and duly observed. It's true, there's two juniors there. So let me recognize all of them and set all protocols very duly observed. Today is an important day. Today is the last day of 2025. So we are ending this year with a hope that in 2026 we will begin a journey of rescue of our country. For proper socio-economic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometimes now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot allow this to happen. We will resist it. We've now seen people who benefited in our democracy be part of celebrating electoral fraud publicly. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig an election in Nigeria come 2027, we will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate. And we are urging this happen because we have weak institutions like Aneke, which we are urging them in the coming election. We must do whatever it is to follow the rules and the regulation, starting by educational qualification for eligibility to come sit for any election. We can no longer be where they are asking whether this person went to school or not. We have 1 year now to determine who went to school and who didn't go to school. We have 1 year now for people to tell us the school they attended. And when they left those schools, we don't want it to be something we go to court after election. They say it's pre-election matter. We have pre-election situation now to verify everybody who wants to contest the election for Nigeria. And we must follow that. Our commitment is about Nigeria. In all my touring and everything, we are committed to a better Nigeria, and we found all the studies that we have followed religiously, and And I'm going to mention a few to tell you why it is important what we are doing here today and why we must follow it, and know that two things are critical if we are going to turn around Nigeria. We must stay united. Nigeria today is not united. We must ensure the unity of the country. We must ensure we have competent leadership. I have followed by studies of where we have conflict, where we have strife, where there's disunity, and where there's unity, and what it brought about. Because of it, I've read several books in it, but I'm going to cite one which Professor Tommy knows very well. He took me to visit one of the best authors who wrote on conflict resolution and transformation, because we're talking about transforming our country. And that took me to read a book by Professor Aneke Fox of California University. And after reading that book, met with him alongside Professor Tommy, and after listening to him, I decided, for the interest of what happened in Rwanda, to visit Rwanda. And sat down, had the opportunity of sitting down with Paul Kagame to listen what he did in reconciling and transforming that society, which shows me hope that it can happen here. And if you look at what he did, it is evident that in 1995, if you look at it, the GDP per capita of Rwanda is $227. Today, it is $1,100, a growth of over 500%. While our own country, in 1995, the GDP per capita of $1,225, today we are below 1,000. 30 years after, for the giant of Africa. We cannot continue this way. Our people are in pain. That is why we are coming to talk about how do we unify our country. Following that particular visit and the differential showing in the development of this country, I decided to go further. That took me to read another book, Growing Apart, which is a book about Indonesia and Nigeria. Indonesia and Nigeria have the same similarity in population, high population, cultural, economic structure, everything. However, after reading that book, I decided I'm going to take a tour of the United States to meet with Professor Lewis personally. When I sat down with him, what he told me was more revealing and shocking than what I read in the book. And I decided to take a trip to Indonesia to see what they did. That took me to meet with the Minister of Planning of Indonesia, Minister of Education, Minister of Small Business, Minister of Small Villages, Minister of Health. I met the Vice President and the most celebrated president in Indonesia, Joko Widodo, to know what they did. When you do at all this, one thing is very clear: unity and competent leadership. Unity and competent leadership. And if you follow what they've been able to do, today Indonesia is a commendable success. Where they move now, they've become one of the over 1 trillion economy. The first in Southeast Asia, about 1.4 today, and the biggest economy in Southeast Asia with per capita of $5,300. When Nigeria, again lamentably, is today our GDP have halved from what it was 10 years ago to 240 and below 1,000 per capita. What did they do differently? Competent leadership and unity have shown what you can do. In all the studies, like I said, following that, you've listened where somebody who won a Nobel Peace Prize said that Nigeria knows what to do to prosper. The 2024 Nobel Peace Prize winner in economics said Nigeria knows what to do to prosper, but refuses to do it. Professor James Robinson of Chicago University. I spent 3 hours with him in Chicago University to listen about what he has to say. It all boils down to unity, competent leadership that have capacity, have commitment and compassion to change the socio-economic of the country. That is what we are lacking. And that's what we need to change. What they did is not rocket science. It can be done here and we'll get the same result. It is not rocket science. I've studied it, I've followed it all over. One thing that is common about all these leaders is that they build consensus of their people. And how do they do it? By being honest to them and telling them the truth. A leader must speak the truth. A leader must be trusted. A leader cannot be proud of telling people one thing and doing the opposite. You must do the same thing. If you must ask people to fast, you should not feast. Whatever you tell the people to do, the leader must show it. We can no longer sit in a country where our leaders tell us lie. We cannot, they are truthful people, they live a life of just, and that is what is lacking here. We have a situation where we said we are fighting corruption, but we have monumental corruption in front of us. We have a situation where we have closed our shop, chasing thieves, and allowing other people to pack whatever remains in the shop away. We borrowed more money than we have ever borrowed. We saved all the money we are supposed to save, and yet our people are dying of hunger. There's insecurity. Nigeria has never seen this level of insecurity. We have never seen this level of hunger. We've never seen this level of division, where our country is so divided that we are at the point of hating each other. I have traveled all over the place. And my appeal to all of us, to those who are visiting us, that we must come together united to be able to fight this. We can no longer allow those by dividing us. We can no longer allow those who live by making us poor. Nigeria is not a poor country. We are looted into poverty, and we must stop that looting. Nigerians are not lazy people. We've been betrayed. Nigeria, we can no longer continue rewarding criminals. We can no longer allow normalizing what is not normal. We must then change it. And to change it, we must come with unity of purpose. We are now talking about tax regime. How can you, everybody who knows about fiscal policy knows that tax is a social contract. A social contract that when you empower your people, they become more productive and they pay you more tax. How can you tax people who are unemployed? We have 130 million people living in multidimensional poverty. We have 80 million Nigerians, young Nigerians who are unemployed, and you're talking about tax. You can't grow revenue when people are starving. You cannot grow revenue by throwing people into poverty. You must grow revenue. It's a bank account. You must pay in before withdrawal. These people are withdrawing without paying anything in. That must stop. And all of us here have a destiny to be part of that, to be part of that challenge. That's why we're here. We can't just say we are joining party. Why are we joining party? Are we joining party to continue the same criminality? Are we joining party to change that? We have become a crime scene. We are now called fantastically corrupt. We are now called disgraced nation. We now use everything. And I have gone around the whole state. I've been to IDP camps in Benue, in Plateau, in places where those who are in government fear to go or even fail to acknowledge publicly, denying it. I've been there. I see the people's pain. I see their pain all over. So we must turn around our country. God gave us everything. No country in the world that I can imagine that have what Nigeria has today. How can we be hungry? A country of 923,000 square kilometers. Today we are importing rice. Because they're telling you rice is cheaper. We are importing the rice that makes our rice cheaper. From another country, clean our farmers. When we should be doing it. Tiny country like Bangladesh. Bangladesh, a country with about 1/6 of our size, high population as we are, is producing 10 times what we are producing. In fact, you can compare Bangladesh with our two biggest states. Bangladesh is less than 150,000 square kilometers of land. Our two biggest states, Niger at 76.3 and Borno at 70.8, is about the size of Bangladesh. And we have a population of 171 million, yet they are producing 10 times the amount of rice we produce. That is unacceptable. We must change this. And that is why we are coming to say that we want to start turning around the country from consumption to production. A new Nigeria is possible, and we cannot make it happen. We can create that what is there. So all of us that are gathered here, I've been part of this coalition from day one. Because I've heard people say it's trying to defect or join party. I was part of this coalition from day one. So our people know I was part of it when it was being discussed. I was part of it when it was launched. I am saying that we are now calling, I thank all my leaders that are gathered here. You must have leaders if you must be seen as a leader tomorrow. Have leaders here. Achikudenwa is here. Okwesiazo Nwodo is here. Samuel is here. Ben Obi is here. All these people are mentioning today, as you know, Abadibe is here. I know why I'm saying. These are people who are my senior in age, in politics, in everything. And I thank them that we say we'll be a family. Yes. We are not going to be a family of crime. We are not going to be a family to deprive other people. We are going to be a family of change. A family that will create new Nigeria. That is what the family is all about. We've watched people tell us story in midst of plenty, and we're hungry. So we have all come together and to ensure that we become fully member of this coalition of ADC led by distinguished Senator David Mark. That is why we came together. We will, in the coming months, be able to tell you what this coalition have that is different from what is happening today. Because we must show the difference. That is why you are seeing from Osumbo to Tommy, they can't be a professor for nothing. They know what professors are suffering today. So their professorship must come with new ideas. We want to be able to change the country. And we are not just on ourselves going into ADC. We're also begging other people from other political parties. All the opposition must come together for the sake of Nigeria. Whether you are PDP, NPP, or any other party, we are faced with the existential threat, which we must all fight for the sake of our children. A new Nigeria, productive, all-inclusive, united Nigeria, where we will see each other as love, where we will turn around the economy, starting from agriculture and manufacturing. The empty lands of the north must be cultivated, while the factories in the southern part of the country must now function, be employing people. Thank you. May God Almighty. We must now do that and ensure that we will now talk about how we are going to create wealth based on proper physical policy that creates wealth by ensuring that we enrich the people. So we can earn more. Those 80 million Nigerian youths, we must give them a hope to drive everything. One of the things I learned in Indonesia is that 95% of the employment comes from small businesses. And there were many youths. I went everywhere to see what they are doing. And it can be done in Nigeria. Imagine when we empower 80 million youths. And those 80 million youths either employ themselves or add one more person. We won't talk about unemployment in this country. That's what we're doing. And we have people, senators here, dignitaries here. Look at, we have Ostobu here. He has been advising on economy. We want that he has advice to work on it. We look at Onyemu Gochukwu. There's so many of you that are gathered here. Let us come as a family under the ADC coalition led by David Mark to turn around the Abia country, to stop this lamentation, to stop this crying, to make sure that people in ID camp go back to their houses, go back to their farms, to make sure that no Nigerian wakes up hungry. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Okwute, okwute ka ị ga-eso, ma ọ na-eje ma ọ na-ana, okwute ka ị ga-eso. Okwute, okwute, okwute ka ị ga-eso, ma ọ na-eje ma ọ na-ana, okwute ka ị ga-eso. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Una see wetin we dey talk about, right? Why Peter Obi must be the only option. Now, light, now they seize for their head. So light, the same country where you and I did. See, light, now they seize for their head. So what is shame? This is where we find ourselves in Nigeria. Someone feel that is gullible. We say, "Na normal thing, nah." What is shocking there? Na normal thing, because that is how you always live your life.
Address system back. Thank you very much. We progress very fast now. Mr. Obi has spoken, and Senator Ben Obi said he is the one who will say where we are going. And he has said that we are going to ADC. ADC is the party. It's a coalition party, but it's an individual party. So all of us in different parties here have now heard that that's where we are going to go. That's what he has said. Okute, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So it's now clear. He has given the direction. And we are privileged to have presiding officers at the National Assembly here. We have National Chairman of ADC, two-time Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, David Mark, GCON. We are privileged to also have Right Honorable Senator Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, former Speaker of the House of Representatives. And we're also lucky to have a Deputy Presiding Officer in that House, Honorable Emeka, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha. In fact, he was Deputy Speaker to Aminu Tambuwal. When you go home, you continue.
All right, guys. I appreciate every one of you right there. That was Peter Obi. As soon as he said Peter Obi already declared now under ADC. Please acknowledge my voice. If you can hear me, just say yes, I can hear you. It's a beautiful thing. I like this. But we are going to expatiate on this particular one tonight. You know, this evening, look out for our broadcast at 7 p.m. We are going to deliberate on this, you know, talk on this properly. But let me quickly acknowledge Adelaja Ogobi. Thank you very much, sir, for the super chat. I'm very, very grateful. God bless you. I appreciate every one of you right there listening to us. This is a beautiful thing, to be honest.
Aneke television. How agidbo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu State.
Good day, viewers. As Nigeria steps into 2026, the country faces many challenges, from the economy and security to education and healthcare. We hit the streets to hear from Nigerians themselves on what they believe should be the nation's focus this year.
I think the task, we really need to understand what the tax is all about, because I don't think most Nigerians really understand what it is presently. We are just, everybody's hearing tax. Everybody's just, when you see online, you just hear people saying, add description this, add description that. But I think there's a whole lot about the tax that needs to be addressed to Nigerians so that we really know that this is what this tax is all about and how we all should go about it. It's going to affect a lot of people because they don't even know what it is. Yeah, so, but when you get to know what you're doing or how you're to go about, I think it will help you understand the whole taxation thing.
If I should say, that should be two. First of all is insecurity. Then number two is that is for them to create what is it called? What will make people to make ends meet, you know, not to suffer masses. So I believe first, if the insecurity is tackled, I believe every other thing should be settled. There's nothing like freedom. If you don't have, like I traveled, I feel free, I feel comfortable over there. Be like, but once I coming here, have to be security alerts because you don't know when time they will strike. You understand? So that's one thing I see, that if they can tackle it in Nigeria, everybody have freedom to move, freedom to do whatever thing you like to do without fear or molesting of anybody.
They should focus on betterment of their citizens, like create employment opportunities, make the standard of living to be very conducive and comfortable for their citizens.
I think the important thing now is, let me say, economics. You understand? The economy of Nigeria now and bandits. You understand? All these terrible things have been happening around. You understand? I think Nigeria, the government needs to put eye on it. You understand? Because for letting our president, you understand, for letting another president, you understand, interfere in our matter, it's just letting another man interfere in your family issues. We don't have securities. You understand? There's any security. So now you need to enforce more security. You understand? If you want to stop it, we will stop it. But I don't know what is happening. You understand? They know where all these people are. They will go out and fetch them. You understand? If they want to do it, they will do it. You understand? So that's the thing. They know what to do. They don't want to do the right thing.
Nigerians, everyone should work hard, especially the youths. We should stop blaming government. We should work hard. Learn and work. Whatever you are doing, focus on it. Understand? And believe in God. Let's stop all this blaming government of a thing. We know our government have issue, but if we focus on whatever we are doing, stop blaming government. I think government, the people on the top will look well and try to do well.
I want to make this about Nigeria, to helping people, because people is dying for hungry. Understand? If you watch waiting they happen, not be fair as big man rich as other people rich, and waiting at the place our government to help people where they don't have. To help them and give them, many of them, food. Because if you watch some of people or beggars, you need to help them, give them work. If there's some people don't have work, you give them work.
There you have it. Nigerians have spoken, highlighting a range of priorities from job creation and security to education and infrastructure. Clearly, 2026 will be a year of crucial decision for the country. Stay with us for more updates on how these issues unfold. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Distinguished colleagues, let me thank you so much for your contributions. In fact, I want to very sincerely thank you for rushing to the chamber. When you got the memo from the clerk informing you that the House will be reconvening today, you cut short your holiday and your meetings with your constituents. Members, we were on recess and we had to call off this recess to serve the good people of Rivers State. I want to thank you very sincerely, very distinguished colleagues. You have indeed shown that you love Rivers State, you love your constituents. I thank you so much. Distinguished colleagues, the motion ably presented by the Deputy Speaker and the Honorable Silvanus Wanko, which is a motion to decline actions on the medium-term expenditure framework, MTEF, and the appropriation bill 2026 until investigations on the allegations of gross misconduct against the governor and deputy governor of Rivers State are concluded. This motion, I must say, going by what members have also commented, is actually a motion that is good and is in the best interests of Rivers State. 26 members of Rivers House of Assembly have brought allegations against the governor and the deputy governor. It is important that the process be allowed to go through in line with the provisions of the Constitution. And the particulars of gross misconduct have a lot to do with presentation of budget, refusal to present budget, spending outside the appropriation law. Distinguished colleagues, one thing very interesting is what members also indicated in that notice, but we're not here discussing the notice, but we're only making reference to it, which is that there is a notice and the process of impeachment is on as we speak. Having received the notice, my job is to forward it, and it's important that we allow this process go through. What this motion is saying is, in the event that the governor tries, as he has always tried to do, to be smart by half, to now say he wants to bring the appropriation bill or to present the medium-term expenditure framework, the movers of this motion are saying, let him hold on now. Let the process for the investigation of the allegations brought against him and the deputy governor be concluded. Distinguished colleagues, is that not what you are saying? Yes. So it makes sense too that we allow that process to go through before we start talking about any MTEF or even the 2026 appropriation bill. In any case, the governor does not even want to present any budget, because if he wanted to, he would have brought it all this while. Simlae Fubara is a mistake. He is a mistake. Rivers State has never had it this bad. In the entire Nigeria, Simlae Fubara and Professor Umma Ngozi Odu, these are the only two people in the office at the sub-national level that are yet to present 2026 appropriation bill. The entire country. I'm sure if you go to the entire West African sub-region or even Africa, You will not find any subnational government that has not presented an appropriation bill for 2026. Who would believe that in this 21st century, that a state like Rivers State will not have an appropriation bill either presented or passed? Nothing is holding the governor for presenting it. He chose not to. And the governor has been boasting that he will always go and meet the president, for the president to call us and give us instruction. He has been boasting, he has been saying it to his followers, that this assembly were nothing but toothless bulldog, that this 10th Rivers House assembly, we cannot do anything, we cannot enforce the constitution. This is a sad commentary for our democracy. Sir Simla Efobara and Professor Nnamma Odo, they are nothing but a threat to our nascent democracy. If they are allowed to remain in office, I don't know what will become of our democracy. And they are moving about from place to place, spending taxpayers' money without approval. Part of what led to other efforts to impeach them, first impeachment effort, second impeachment effort, has to do with refusal to present budget. Mr. President has called several meetings which we attended. Our leader, His Excellency Wike, has called several meetings. I have attended meetings with the governor, and we have called on him, present the budget, something that is in line with the constitution. He says he will not. He's above the constitution. Nothing will happen to him. If he does not present it, he will meet the president, he will meet the National Assembly, they will tell us to leave him alone. And he has been boasting about this. Now I ask members, is it the right way to go to allow a governor not to obey the constitution, to continue to spend without approval? Even when we had an approval in 2023 for the governor to spend, the governor left the constitution, left the appropriation law of 2023 and started awarding contracts outside the budget. Particulars of his award letters, they are there attached. The governor spends, people coming from outside Rivers State, he will change our naira to dollars and give to them and tell them to go and wait for assembly members and make sure they don't succeed to do anything to him. So in other words, what the governor is doing with our funds of Rivers people, the poor Rivers men and women who are paying taxes, is to change our money to dollars and be given to visitors to Rivers State, to stop us to subvert the constitution. For how long are we going to allow this to happen? Our schools are not furnished. Our schools are not functioning the way they should function. Rivers people are suffering. Our youths are not being employed. Our roads are bad. Our hospitals, health centers are not fully functional. A lot of them are having issues. Rather than follow due process, what the governor has decided to do is to save money, change it to dollars, to subvert the will of the Rivers people, to subvert the constitution. And he's boasting. Imagine the governor saying, the governor addressed the press rather and said, the only time that they should give him between now and the next 6 months before he will give account of or statement of account of Rivers people. Other governors are saying how they are receiving money, how much they received, how much they have spent since he became governor. Since May 2020, since May 29th, 2023, Simla Efobara and Ngozi Madu were sworn in. They have never for once issued any statement of account of Rivers State. Not once. And the governor is boasting that they are going to call us and give us order not to follow the constitution. And people are going in the media, people that we respect, elders that we respect are supposed to call him to order. They are going to tell him that what he's doing is good. Rather than caution the governor for his infractions on the constitution, they are clapping for him. Rather than calling on the governor, they are calling on our FCT minister, who is helping Mr. President in Abuja, and making it look like it's a problem between the FCT minister and the governor. It is not FCT minister and the governor. It is the governor and the constitution. The governor is a threat to our democracy. It is better we all resign and leave the governor and those he wants to use to defraud Rivers people. We cannot continue to allow this to happen. We sit here, elected people, and we cannot follow, we cannot enforce the constitution. Then why are we here? Why are we sitting here? Why were we elected? For how long are we going to allow this to happen? Distinguished colleagues, enough is enough. If they want us to forget the legislature, we leave the legislature. Let only the governor and the deputy governor spend as they like and eat our money and do as they like. Why were we elected? Why do we have the legislature? Why can't we be allowed to do our job? Distinguished colleagues, I thank you for your contributions. We will follow this impeachment process through. The Supreme Court has confirmed that the governor has committed offenses against the Constitution. Let the law take its course. The law has to take its course. Mr. President, we thank Mr. President. He's a father. Mr. President has done his best. Mr. President has spoken to the governor. In my presence, Mr. President told the governor, I'm giving you a second chance. The governor refused. He gave him another one. The governor refused. How many times will Mr. President call us? Distinguished colleagues, I thank you for your contributions. Prayers have been properly canvassed by members. Those in favor of the prayers of this motion should indicate by saying ayes. Aye. Again, say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, by this motion, this House hereby condemns the refusal of the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Simla Efobara, GSSRS, with support from the Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Mma-Odo, DSSRS, to present the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and 2026 Appropriation Bill in line with the Rivers State Fiscal Responsibility Law 2010 and the Constitution, respectively, as well as the reckless spending from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of Rivers State. 2, this House is declaring that the House will not proceed with any action for presentation of the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and Appropriation Bill 2026 until the investigation of gross misconduct leveled against the Governor and Deputy Governor are concluded. Distinguished colleagues, these are the prayers. Thank you so much.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, Osu individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndiwo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Ndi Igbo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Ohu question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique. Our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it, move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Still on the news. The pan-Yoruba group Afeni Ferrer has raised concerns over a spike in kidnappings and attacks in the southwest. Recent incidents include killings in Oyo State and Igboho and the abduction of a nursing mother in Ondo State. The group warned that fleeing northern bandits are exploiting regional security gaps. Afeni Ferrer is urging governors to implement resolutions from the November 2025 Security Summit, including activating the Southwest Security Fund and the Joint Intelligence Sharing Platform for rapid response across states. The group also advocates local policing reforms, suggesting the president authorize the deployment of indigents into police structures. Afeni Ferrer says modern equipment and coordinated state action are needed to prevent the Southwest from becoming a bandit stronghold. Jigawa State says lasting peace between farmers and herders requires collective action. The Deputy Governor Aminu Usman Gumel, speaking at the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association inauguration, called for cooperation with the state to protect both agriculture and pastoral livelihoods. Gumel highlighted the State's Ministry of Livestock as a platform for addressing challenges, while urging Fulani communities to participate in voter registration for leaders who prioritize their welfare. The association's national chairman, Baba Mr. Usman Ngajama, pledged cooperation and called for integrity among new executives. Authorities emphasized that sustainable peace is a shared responsibility of all stakeholders. Host communities of Niger Sam have petitioned Governor Francis Wifuru of Ebonyi State to hold plans for a new 150 billion naira state-owned cement plant. They argue the project ignores their land rights and legal agreements with the Ibeto Group, the current investor. The community's alleged secretive consent letter was issued to circumvent court rulings and claim the proposed site lacked sufficient limestone reserves, potentially violating existing contracts. Despite the state's budget announcement for the project, communities demand transparency and broad consultation, warning that any attempt to bypass legal precedents will face resistance. Former Anambra Governor Mr. Peter Obi has criticized Nigeria's political elites for prioritizing power over citizens' welfare. Mr. Obi highlighted that 62% of Nigerians, or about 141 million people, now live in poverty, with low-income household spending up to 70% of income on food. Citing World Bank and national economic reports, Ms. Obi warned of worsening poverty and urged immediate reforms in agriculture, education, healthcare, and job creation. Mr. Obi, who recently joined the African Democratic Congress ADC, called for leadership that focuses on economic growth and human development, stressing that Nigeria's future depends on structural reform rather than political maneuvering. Labour Party politician Senator Dati Baba Ahmed has denied reports claiming he intends to run for president in 2027. In an interview, he said his remarks reaffirmed loyalty to the party rather than indicating a campaign. He stated any decision to run would depend on INEC's election timetable and internal party processes, emphasizing that it is too early to declare intentions. Baba Ahmed urged supporters to focus on current party activities and cohesion while maintaining his role as a key figure within the Labour Party. Legislative lawyers have moved to remove 26 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, including Speaker Martin Amehule, following an impeachment attempt against Governor Sim Fubara. The Association of Legislative Drafting and Advocacy Practitioners petitioned Aneke for voters' registers to trigger a recall. The group argued the impeachment violates a Supreme Court ruling and noted that both the governor and lawmakers belong to APC, suggesting internal party resolution should have been pursued. The lawyers also dismissed the impeachment documents as dead on arrival due to errors, including addressing the governor incorrectly. They warned of a legal showdown if Aneke fails to release required documents. Publishers in Rivers State have threatened to boycott police activities after an attack on Arise Television journalist on January 2nd in Port Harcourt. The journalists were assaulted while interviewing a former commissioner and equipment was stolen. Leaders of the Port Harcourt press platform condemned the attack, labeling it as an attempt to intimidate the media and strive for press freedom. Despite recovery of the equipment, publishers are demanding arrest and transparent action. They warn that impunity would endanger all media practitioners and undermine democracy. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide has expressed sorrow over fires at the Great Nigerian Insurance Building in Lagos and the Nigerian Army Shopping Complex in Oshodi. The incidents claimed lives and destroyed property worth billions of naira. The organization called for a review of emergency response system, fire safety preparedness, and market protection mechanism to prevent future disasters. Ohaneze also urged authorities to mandate fire containment features in market construction and offered condolences to victims' families and affected businesses. News around the country is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigerian Army warns public against fake social media accounts claiming to represent the Chief of Army Staff. Dati Baba Ahmed clarifies rumors about presidential ambitions. And coming up shortly, Army neutralizes bandit link to Plateau miner massacre. We'll be right back. Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with
Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move.
Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Troops of the Nigerian Army have neutralized a suspected bandit in Plateau State linked to the December 16 attack on miners in Bakin Ladi. The operation, conducted by the 3rd Division under Operation Enduring Peace, targeted a hideout in Yolan, Bokayama del Ladi, after intelligence indicated the presence of criminal elements. A fierce-gun battle ensued when the bandits opened fire on approaching soldiers. One suspect, identified as Sadiq Isa, was killed while his accomplices escaped into the surrounding terrain. The troops recovered 2 AK-47 rifles and 162 rounds of ammunition at the scene. The Army says this raid is a direct response to the ambush on Toshu community miners. Follow-up operations are ongoing to track the remaining fugitives and restore security in the Fan district. The Borno State Police Command has presented over 18.3 million naira to the families of 9 police officers who died in the line of duty. The checks were distributed under the Nigerian Police Force Group Life Assurance Scheme, part of a national initiative to support the families of fallen officers. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Naziru Abdul Majid, represented the Inspector General of Police, said the welfare of officers and their dependents remains a top priority. He praised the deceased for their professionalism and courage in serving the nation. Mr. Al-Abdul Majid urged beneficiaries to use the funds for essential needs, including education and healthcare. The scheme aims to ensure the sacrifices of Nigerian police officers are honored and their families supported long-term. The Nigerian Ports Authority reports a boost in national supplies as 16 vessels dock at Lagos ports, including Lekki, Tin Can Island and Apapa. The ships await clearance to discharge fuel, bulk gas and other critical cargo. According to the NPA Shipping Position Report, a total of 40 vessels are scheduled to berth between now and January 16. Shipments include petrol, diesel, buckwheat, fresh fish, bulk urea and containerized goods, essential for energy, security and food supply. Port operations are ongoing with 8 vessels actively discharging cargo. Authorities say the steady stream of imports is expected to stabilize domestic fuel and food supply chains in the coming weeks. Nigeria's Debt Management Office has raised over 1.14 trillion naira in its first treasury bills auction for 2026. Investors' demand reached 1.36 trillion naira, driven largely by the one-year paper with a stock rate of 18.47%. The auction reflects strong local confidence despite global economic uncertainties. The UN's World Economic Situation and Prospect Report predicts global growth will slow to 2.7% in 2026, while Africa is projected to grow at 4%. The DMO says the successful auction highlights Nigeria's ability to manage liquidity and sustain investor interest. Government securities remain a key tool for stabilizing the domestic economy amid global market volatility. The Nigerian Communications Commission and Central Bank of Nigeria have finalized a framework to protect consumers from failed airtime and data purchases. Subscribers debted for undelivered services must now be refunded within 30 seconds, while pending transaction must be resolved within 24 hours. The policy introduces service-level agreements for banks, mobile operators and service providers. A joint central monitoring dashboard will track all failed transactions and ensure compliance in real time. The framework, effective March 1, 2026, also addresses common errors such as recharges to ported lines or incorrect numbers. Operators must send instant SMS updates for every transaction, strengthening transparency and consumer protection in Nigeria's digital economy. Nigeria's Super Eagles have regained defender Ryan Alebiosu ahead of the AFCON 2025 quarterfinal against Algeria. Alebiosu has missed earlier matches due to a leg injury but resumed full training with the team in Marrakech. The coaching staff will monitor his match fitness before Saturday's knockout clash. His return strengthens Nigeria's defensive options as the team prepares for a high-stakes encounter with the Desert Foxes. Fans and analysts expect Alebiosu's presence to bolster the team's backline. The match is set to determine Nigeria's place in the semi-finals and is widely anticipated as a key continental showdown. Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman says Nigeria will approach the AFCON 2025 quarterfinal against Algeria with tactical intelligence and high-intensity aggression. Lookman, the team's leading scorer, emphasized matching the Desert Foxes' physical strength with superior game strategy. He described the team's mindset as singularly focused on victory. Nigeria aims to dominate possession, control the tempo, and maintain consistency to secure a semi-final spot. Lookman's leadership and performance with 3 goals and 5 assists are central to Nigeria's strategy. Fans across Africa anticipating an intense and skillful contest at the grand stage, the Marrakech. Nollywood actress Bolaji Ogunmola has threatened legal action against United Nigeria Airlines after her return flight to Lagos from Ekiti was cancelled twice. The delays left her stranded at the airport for 2 days, disrupting her professional commitment. The actress said she received no prior communication from the airline and was repeatedly told her departure had been postponed or scrapped. She shared a video detailing her frustration, citing financial and reputational losses. Ogumola confirmed her lawyers have been instructed to pursue the matter. She criticized the airline's inefficiency and emphasized the impact of flight irregularities on travelers, especially those without local ties in the States. Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson Okoje shared a viral video of a playful confrontation with a mascot during her daughter Angel's birthday party. The actress insisted the performer remain at the event after paying 400,000 naira for his services. The video drew attention for its humor and for highlighting Mercy's family's first approach. She used the post to address recent rumors about her marriage, sharing images and videos showing a strong family bond. Fans praised Mercy for her sense of humor and protective nature. She emphasized that her family remains her top priority and source of strength, managing public scrutiny and celebrations with grace. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Army has issued a warning to the public over the rise of fake social media accounts falsely claiming to represent the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu. The Army urges Nigerians to verify information from official channels to avoid being misled. Senator Dati Baba Ahmed has addressed circulating rumors about his intentions to run for the presidency, clarifying the speculation and urging the public to rely on verified information before drawing conclusions. Troops of the Nigerian Army have successfully neutralized the bandits suspected to be behind the recent deadly attack on miners in Plateau State. The operation follows intensive intelligence gathering and highlights the Army's ongoing efforts to secure vulnerable communities. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
in-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Good day, viewers. As Nigeria steps into 2026, the country faces many challenges, from the economy and security to education and healthcare. We hit the streets to hear from Nigerians themselves on what they believe should be the nation's focus this year.
I think the task, we really need to understand what the tax is all about, because I don't think most Nigerians really understand what it is presently. Everybody's hearing tax. Everybody's when you see online, you just hear people saying, add description this, add description that. But I think there's a whole lot about the tax that needs to be addressed to Nigerians so that we really know that this is what this tax is all about and how we all should go about it. It's going to affect a lot of people because they don't even know what it is. Yeah, but when you get to know what you're doing or how you to go about, I think it will help you understand the whole taxation thing.
If I should say, that should be two. First of all is insecurity. Then number two is that is for them to create what is it called? What you make people to make ends meet in order to soften masses. So I believe first, if the insecurity is tackled, I believe every other thing should be settled. There's nothing like freedom. If you don't have I traveled, I feel free, I feel comfortable over the village. But once I come in here, have to be security alert because you don't know when time they will strike. You understand? So that's one thing I see, that if they can tackle it in Nigeria, everybody have freedom to move, freedom to do whatever thing you like to do without fear or molestation of anybody.
They should focus on betterment of their citizens, like create employment opportunities, make the standard of living to be very conducive and comfortable for their citizens.
I think the important thing now is, economies. You understand? The economy of Nigeria now and bandits. You understand? All these terrible things have been happening around. You understand? I think Nigerian government needs to put eye on it. You understand? Because for letting our president, you understand, for letting another president, you understand, interfere in our matter, it's just letting another man interfere in your family issues. We don't have securities. You understand? There's any security. So now you need to enforce more security, you understand? If you want to stop it, we will stop it. But I don't know what is happening, you understand? They know where all these people are. They will go out and fetch them, you understand? If they want to do it, they will do it, you understand? So that's the thing. They know what to do. They don't want to do the right thing.
Nigerians, everyone should work hard, especially the youths. We should stop blaming government. We should work hard. Learn and work, whatever you are doing, focus on it. Understand? And believe in God. Let's stop all this blaming government of everything. We know government have issue, but if we focus on whatever we are doing, stop blaming government. I think government, the people on the top will look well and try to do well.
I want to make this about Nigeria, to helping people, because people is dying for hungry. Understand? If you watch waiting they happen now, no be fair as big man rich as other people rich, and waiting at the place our government to help people where they don't have, to help them and give them, many of them, food. Because if you watch some more people are beggars, you need to help them, give them work. If there's some people who don't have work, you give them work.
There you have it. Nigerians have spoken, highlighting a range of priorities from job creation and security to education and infrastructure. Clearly, 2026 will be a year of crucial decision for the country. Stay with us for more updates on how these issues unfold. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, welcome to the entertainment segment of the day here at Aneke TV. Thank God it's Friday. Everyone, 1, 2, ready, go. Let's echo it. Thank God it's Friday. Whatever you hear, I and everyone around are saying thank God it's Friday. Man, we thank God it's Friday. It's a wonderful day. It's the day that we all have been looking up to. One of the days I look up to because it's going to be a wrap for the week. And I'm going to bring you the best in entertainment and all the things that has happened over the week. Things that you did not know about, things that you knew about, and in-depth analysis, like my boss, Mr. Chausai, will say, in the entertainment world, to give you all the best, whatever it is, to give you, to guide you through on the information that you need to know. Well, my name is, I'm sure you are not guessing, I am the one and only, the Global Commission of Enjoyment. Global Commission of Enjoyment. What I do for a living is to commission and give enjoyment. I bring the fun, I bring the vibe, and I bring the hype. That is who it is, and that is who I am. Today, I'm going to start off the show with bringing you what is going on in the entertainment side, especially from that music aspect. Yesterday, and 2-3 days ago, Jerick came out in his interview and said that there was something he wanted to share with the world. And he started talking about many things. Started talking about how music has sponsored so many things. How he was down and he started going into music. He started selling a lot of things, and from there he grew up in the music industry. He said that one time he sold Goko Cleanser, Dr. Igwe the Goko Cleanser. You know that Dr. Igwe the Goko Cleanser. He sold it for a studio section. He will come back from school, or he will go back to Onitsha, and he will make those sales so that he can be able to fund his studio session. Man, nothing good comes easy, but bless God for what is really happening. Bless God for what is really happening. And looking at Jerick, you will see that Jerick is someone who is having that mixture of Igbo and the local vibe and trap. It makes it very unique. Jerick said that he was the first person who started singing trap in Nigeria. I don't know about that, but I'm gonna tell you that of course, Igbo trap. Let's say use the word Igbo trap. Jerick said he's the first person that started before the likes of Evado, Aguero Banks. Aguero Banks is not even singing Igbo trap. Aguero Banks is singing something very nice. Now, before the likes of Evado, Hugo P, High Stella Vista, and the rest of them started coming in to the scenario. He said in one of the interviews he was talking about, he was saying that many people think that Southeast guys, I mean especially the artists from Southeast, don't help each other. That's a lie. And he said he charges 10 to 15 million for a verse, to give a verse. But his guys, Flavor, gives him verses for free. And he's not the only one who has received verses for free. Other artists, he mentioned the likes of Hugo P, the likes of Evado, the likes of Aguero Banks, the likes of a lot of them who has benefited from the benevolence of Mr. Fino Alobam. And talking about this thing, I will tell you from my own end that Fino is a household name. He went from Penthouse to owning Penthouse Entertainment. And right now, Fino has done a lot of things. I don't think Fino can put a charge to anything, because as I'm talking to you now, there's no amount of money that he could charge that will be enough. If Jerry charges 15M to give you a verse, what do you think Fino would charge? Fino, his boss, that was what he was asking. If Jerry charges 15M, what do you think his boss will charge? Of course, his boss is going to charge way more. But these guys will give it to him for free. And I don't know. I really would tell you that Southeast guys are really helping each other. They are helping each other. He said that one day he's expecting that the way Asake is being celebrated and Yoruba songs are being stadiums are being sold out for Yoruba songs all over the world. So will Igbo songs be sold out? So will people gather to sing Igbo songs, to vibe to Igbo songs in international stadiums, and that will make so much sense to the culture. I will tell you that is one of the things I expect that will happen. As I wanted Fido to do roadblock in Paris. I wanted Fido also to do something outside this Enugu or the East. Let him take roadblock as a concept, as a full concept, and let him bring up this artist to come and perform, because we have a lot of Igbo community. We have a lot of Igbo community across the world. In fact, even Antarctica, Igbo community in Antarctica. So, on that same line, Jerick said something, and I want to bring it to you. He said that we, the artists who are from the East, they help each other. And I don't know what you think about that, because you've not seen a lot of artists at the top. I feel it is the connection and the work rate that will determine where you're going to be. If you are not so connected, and if you don't have a good relationship, when some people, when you bring them into your arena, when you bring them into the place where you are, there will be kind of, they will take advantage of everything. But that's why many people don't want to help many people right now, because they are afraid, if I bring this guy in now, what is really going to happen? And I don't know how that's going to be. I don't know how that's really going to be. But we're going to see that Jerick made a lot of sense. Jerick made a lot of sense, and we're going to take it off from there. We're going to take it off from there. Jerick, congratulations, man. Congratulations, man. Congratulations for that granting, for telling us the price. Well, you guys have heard it. It takes him 10 to 15 million to give you a verse. So the question now is, if it takes him 10 to 15 million to give you a verse, how much will it take Fino? Then why will it take him 10 to 15 million to give you a verse, since he's trying to lift other young people? I don't know because if other people do it for me for free, well, at some point I have to just help other people to stand. And talking about the Pepsi ambassador, the latest Pepsi ambassador, of course, he has done a lot of great things in his music. He has built a career that can, that has gone far and wide in the Eastern industry. Well, moving on from that, Johnny Drew came out yesterday, just in the neck of time, to say that he just paid his first school fees. He has paid his first school fees. Guess what? He paid the first school fees for the child. He said, I paid my first school fees. My first school fees. And that means the role of a dad has just started. And this is just a starting kiniko. This is where it all started. And that was how Mbemene went to school. Looking at Johnny Drew that got married 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, I think, Johnny Drew has maintained that music, that lovely dovey music, and you can see his face in the daughter's face. They just have a way they look alike, and he is going to be a great dad. So he said he just paid his school fees, and man, thank God for me. For now, I've not paid anybody's school fees. I will still pay. And when it's time for me to pay, I will pay. But if you have been paying, if you are dad out there paying your children's school fees, I want to tell you that you're not alone. Man, all of us are standing behind you, and we all are supporting you. You are the real MVP. Say with me, I am the real MVP. And that is what is going to be. Yes, that is what is going to be. And today, I want to ask you a question. Or I want to show you something, because a lot of people say, if I can't buy it 100 million times, I can't buy once. I can't just buy one and it spoils. Now let me tell you, as a smart guy and a street guy who blends in every culture, both street and in luxury part, and in the luxurious part of life, I can tell you that some things are not things you should write home. I'm telling you, don't take some advice. There's a reason why. Many people that say, if I can't buy two, then I can't buy one, they are not serious. Some people are not serious, and it's based on some things. Now, this guy said, Ufot Ubong came out to say, if you can't buy it once, then If you can't buy it twice, then buy it once. Many people say, I want to buy it twice before. I want to have the two money. Like I want to have the money too before I can. Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter. Listen, you can't say the side of foolishness is when you have the money. Let's say you want to buy a car now, a car of 10 million, 20 million, and you say, and let's say you've made 10 million and you use all the 10 million, and of course you can if that's necessary for you to do. Forget all the joke, forget all the gist. Guys, let me tell you, if you can buy it once, and it's very, very important, buy it once. Don't be pressured. Many people don't build two houses at the same time. Oh. Are you following? Guys, are you following? Many people don't build two houses at the same time. Oh. Nobody says I want to make money for two houses. In fact, many people build on the go. Don't tell me that thing. Oh. If you can buy it twice, buy it once. But if you can't buy it twice, buy it once now. Nah. Do you get? So many people that complain this thing, they don't have money. Like the only money they have is for one phone. So are you telling me that if I have money for iPhone 17 and that's the phone that will help me to do what I have to do, I should not buy it, Abi? I should wait till I have the two money. Now what for you now? Nah? It doesn't make sense that way. Okay, let me drive it home because all of us are zagadering that. Now, if I want to go and eat, and you're telling me because I don't have money to eat 2 plates, I should not eat. Imagine that kind of thing now. So it doesn't work that way. It doesn't really work that way. And I'm telling you that many times we tend to just follow what people say. Why we don't understand what it means. Why we don't understand what it means. And to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. For me, I'm telling you that this year, I will cut my coke oversized. Brethren, I'm bringing my oversized clothes collection tomorrow. I'll be wearing it. And I'll be going for the event I'll be going to with oversized. Listen to me. This is the last time you see me cutting my clothes according to my size. Throughout my life, I've been cutting. Tell them I measure everything. Oga, no. Actually, me, no. I want to wear what is oversized now. I want to wear, if I can wear only 4 yards, let me wear 10. Now, make I know. See, let me tell you some things. Sometimes, this life is one. Oh. You know, I'm the Commissioner of Enjoyment. My job is not to lie to you, but to tell you the truth. And to tell you the truth, even when it sounds like lie, all I know is that I'm telling you the truth. And to also bring the fun and vibe. But sometimes the Commission of Enjoyment, because this life is one. Some opportunities will pass you if you always cut your coat according to your size. One of my friends in one of the events I went just a few days ago told me something that was amazing. And he said that when opportunities come to you, embrace it, take it. And all you can do is to name the price for the opportunity if it is an offer from someone. But if it is not an offer, what do? You have to just find a way and do it. Don't take what can kill you, but you can take what you can kill. Do you get? Or how you can kill it is by name the price. For instance, I know I'm here also to teach you and educate you. For instance, they're giving you something and they say, can you do this? Yes, I can do it. Maybe you can't do it, but when you say yes, you can do it. All you can add is you need to challenge yourself. Put yourself out there. How much is it? Now we're gonna go on a short break, and when I come back, I'm gonna take you through other things. See you. Stay there.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
All right, you're welcome back. You're welcome back to what we're doing. And remember, this is the Commission of Enjoyment, taking you on entertainment and bringing you the best of bass, booze, gossip, tatafu, gist, whatever you can say, whatever you can feel, whatever you can understand. That's what I do here today. I want to show you something. Faith came out to say that women did something. I want me and you to read it together so that we can understand what she's talking about. Now, let's analyze this. Women aren't really respected. So, as a woman, when you get up, lift another woman. Say, lift another woman. Lift another woman. Say, lift another woman. Lift another woman. First, because the men will lift men, even if a woman is more deserving. Say with me. Everybody. Now, let me tell you something. She said, let's read it again. Women aren't really respected. So as a woman, when you get up, lift another woman. First, because the men will lift men, even if a woman is more deserving. Men will lift men, even if a woman is more deserving. Now, let's get back. Let me give you the analysis of what this is. Faith said women should learn to lift women. Abi? Good. How many women are lifting women? Let's keep it at that. Now, talking about men are just who they are. They say men don't forget things that that's what they said. That men don't forget the good things that someone did for them. That men don't forget. But I'm not saying women don't forget to, but I'm just telling you that from what Faith is talking about, she is right, and she's at the middle of right and wrong too, because she's just trying to encourage women to do what? To help and lift other women. Do you get? Now, how many women are lifting other women? That's the question. How many girls are lifting other girls? How many girls want to bring in other girls into what they do? That's the question. So that's not, you see, my hand, I don't wash hand, they went for my afang soup as the Commission of Enjoyment, not as pilot. Because this matter passed me. At the end of the day, you will see that what she's talking about is just a little, she's just, is an undertone of what I don't know. Let me not say anything. But Sister Faith, wherever you are, the favor of God is upon you. And this thing you said is good. So encourage your women to lift other women. Let women lift women. Let men lift men. Now, something she said that is striking is that even if a woman is deserving, a man will lift man more than a woman who is deserving. Who said so? Well, that's from her own point of view. Because for me, I will tell you that Faith is not, she can say she has experienced those things, but to me, it does not really count. Because women will lift women. Women should lift women. Okay, now let's do this thing now. Women should keep lifting women. Let men lift men. Women, lift your woman. Man, lift your man. Lift your guys. But what I'm telling you is that any good thing you do for a man, he will never forget it. I don't know about ladies. Have I ever done a good thing for any lady? Well, let's move on from that, because sometimes but it's okay. It's life, and that's the thing that we are having. So I want to tell you that anything that they are bringing on the social media, this Faith that is talking about this thing, yesterday she posted something that, she wants to, she wants to retweet, she wants to bring out people's businesses, especially if you're a woman. Let me bring out your business. Let me tell the world what you do. Do you know how many men that are patronizing business women that are, in fact, I think a woman will go to a man will go to a woman's shop to patronize her more than a man. But let's leave this thing today. because we're talking about societal age grades, like gradings in the society, and we're talking about groups in the society, because the society is not balanced. I hope you know that we have the rich, we have the elites, we have the socialites, we have the poor and other things. I don't know where you belong, but please, my brother, try and be at the best of the best. Now, I want to show you something about a man who is giving a clarion call to people. Please come. I want to do something. I want you to see this man. He said something, and I want to read it out to you. But look at this man and look at what he said. He said something that many people will rush to that opportunity. He's 71 years old, and I just was wondering what is really happening. He said a 79-year-old British multimillionaire, Sir Benjamin Slade, is seeking a young woman to have a son to inherit his fortune and continue his lineage. Hello, ladies. Where are you guys? Where are the ladies? Where are the ladies? So let us do what? Let us do what? Let us just start. If you're a lady, I don't want to say this is what I want to say before people will finish me here. But I'm saying that if it's you, what will you do? Do you think he wants that? What has he been doing all his life? Well, that's not what I will ask him. But this is what he wants. He wants someone that will do what? That will be with him. That will a young woman to have a son to inherit his fortune and continue his lineage. Come on, Sir Benjamin Slade, you saw me all the while you left me, and now you are looking for a young girl. Am I not a young boy? No, see what I'm saying? Just wherever I am in this world, just call me. Hey, come and inherit this wealth. I can, anything you want, I can do it. Do you want me to clean the house? I can inherit wealth. Is it not to manage the wealth? Well, this is for the ladies. For the guys, you see, well, that's why you don't say. Let's not be stressing each other, please. I'm telling you, let's not be stressing each other, please. Let's not be stressing each other, please, because I want to read something that I want to show you something that you will. Yeah, I want to show you something that I want you to think about. Look at what this lady said. She said something. This is another person. She said, "Be center men in your teenage years and early 20s and focus on yourself. Pretty ladies, clock it." Well, that's on you, young lady. There's a switch in your brain that turns off the moment you make men the center of your life. Be center men so that switch stays on. What is he talking about? Well, I think this lady is right. What do you guys think? This lady is right. She is very, very right. And I'm going to tell you what she says. Look at what she says. She says, the center men. I don't know the point she's talking about it, but don't let men be the center of your life. There's a reason why. The reason is because a lot of people want to get into a relationship at some certain age. And a lot of people think that if they don't have men around them, especially young ladies, they will really, really kind of, their life will be somehow. But that's not true. That's not true. Let me tell you why it's not true. I was telling somebody that what we need, I think she's coming from the point of relationship, basically. And I'm going to come from that point too. When you talk about this now, from what she said, she's just trying to tell you, as a young lady, take men away from some of the plans you have, from most of the plans you have. I'm not interpreting what she said, but I'm telling you what she's talking about, if that's what she's saying. Because these people, they can say one thing and say another thing. Now, she's saying, decenter them. Don't always small thing. Just learn to live. Some girls don't know how to live alone. Some girls will jump from one relationship to another, from one heartbreak to another, from what bimbawa to another, from what death to another. Like, calm down. You have done this like many years ago. I can remember one person. She just came out of this relationship. She entered another one. What is your problem? Yeah, darling. What did they do to you? So learn to stay alone, young girls, pretty ladies. Learn to stay alone. See, it's not bad that you are a pretty lady and at some point of your life you're single. Let me tell you, some people miss out on key facts. Not that you don't have male friends, because there's a difference between a male friend and a boyfriend. I don't know if you know, but there's a difference between a male friend and a boyfriend. You don't like there are some ladies that don't have platonic relationship. They can't enjoy anything about relationship. They don't even have platonic relationship. You know why? Because all their mind, they have been thinking about love. Oh, they are, if this guy message them, they are with this guy, then with this guy message them, they will just cut this person off. Of course, you just know the intentions. But there are ladies that have not stayed 1 week without being in a relationship. They don't know how to be. Please, ladies, this is an advice from your fellow ladies. Learn to stay alone. Please, learn to stay alone. See, you are the most beautiful girl in the world does not mean you must be in a relationship. It is no, or you. I wanted to drag a table, but let me leave it there. And learn to respect yourself. Learn not to talk down on things. I want you to know that you are not doing yourself evil when you are building your life. I'm telling you, as a young girl, many times you say, oh, we are looking for a girl or a lady who men can entrust wealth to, or who can make the wealth. But you cannot see them anywhere because they are just focused on what they will get, and then they are putting men in their life as first thing. No, what you need to put first thing in your life is two things: God and your family. God and your family, my brother, my sister. Then you build them up. You help yourself. I'm telling you, it's not bad. I'm saying it even for the guys too. Or somebody will say, okay, now you're only talking about. No, for the guys too. It's not bad to be single, and it's not bad to have female friends. I'm telling you, it's not bad to be single and have female friends. Of course, me, I have female friends. We're not in a relationship. That's wonderful. And every one of them, the same thing, the same treatment. Nobody has more treatment than the other person. That is how it should be. So that your head can be fine. You can be all right, because that or not decentralizing men in your life will make you make so many wrong decisions that you don't know about. Now, I can tell you that at this point I want to wrap up the show. But before I wrap up the show, I have the Commission of Enjoyment. And what I do, because today is Friday, I wanted to tell you to meet me at somewhere, but where I wanted to meet me is at the mountain, where we'll be sharing some, so hey, meet me at the mountain. Let's share some good things. But before then, I want to thank you very much for being with me here. Same time, same station today, and I want to see you on Monday. Tuning in to be with me again. I'm going to tell you that you are doing so well, and you're doing wonderfully well. You are following up, and if you have a question or whatever, I will provide the numbers by Monday here at Aneke TV, who to call, what time to call, and when to call, so that we can have live interactions and make your day spicy. Well, I'm signing off with nothing but a bravo and a nakupenda. See you again.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Looking for a window to the world, a place where news, entertainment and culture come alive.
Hey everyone, we are out on the street today asking people a simple question: which celebrity inspires them the most and why? Let's hear what they have to say.
And the celebrity that inspires me a lot, just as all of us we know now, Mercy Chinwo, but it's just I like her danceable show. But when we talk about worship, I like Steve Crown. Yes, and that of there are many of them. Just I don't even know their name a lot. There are many of them actually. So these are the musicians, the celebrity that inspires me a lot because it needs me to worship God more and more and come to know Him more.
The celebrity that inspires me the most is Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is the Savior of the world, and with Him coming to the earth to die for our sin is an inspiration. So He inspires us with His life, the way the way He came to the world to die and save the people from sin and put us in the right path, on the right path rather, is an inspiration. So I am so inspired to be like Him, to be great like Him, and to live a life like Him.
I love the way she sings and her songs has more. I feel there's more to her songs. It has more impartation. I love her song because it's good. At least whenever I listen to her songs, it elevates my spirits too.
To me, I choose Yemi Alade. And why? Because I choose her because she's not a person that loves doing noisy things. She's the kind of person that she loves being calm. She didn't do show off. The kind of lady that respects herself. And why I think so she do that today is because because her mom is an Igbo person and she behaved like one of us. You know, Yemi Alade will buy a car today. She will tell you, nobody will knows what happened in his family. She will keep everything privately. Okay, I'm not going to put anybody, I'm not going to mention people's name, but you know them when you see them. Anything in social media, you know them. I just love her because she's not a kind of person that is trying to like put herself to other people, like just to be like this person. She just wants to be like be herself, not to look like what people are buying car, buying house. I want to be like other people. She's not like that. That's why I choose her. But when it comes to male celebrities, I also choose Davido. Davido is the kind of person that helps people. Even when on stage, if he's performing and you went there and you want to embrace him, he will encourage you and he will still look for something to do for you. You understand? That is why I choose Davido and Yemi Alade.
For me, that would be Genevieve Naji. Yeah, I just love her, like her lifestyle, her really calm demeanor, and also she's not so much in like the public eye, and she's popular obviously, but she's not like so much in the public eye, and I love that.
Wow, it's amazing to see how different people find inspiration in so many celebrities, from actors and musicians to activities. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more street interviews. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
As Nigeria enters 2026, the nation faces a pivotal year, balancing promise with responsibility. Economic analysts project steady growth and structural transformation, but the success of this year will depend on effective reforms, innovation, and citizen engagement. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, forecast a gross domestic product (GDP) growth of 4.5%, with inflation expected to ease into the low teens. Independent institutions, including the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, highlight a rebound in domestic demand and renewed investor confidence. Major drivers of growth include the near completion of the Ajokuta-Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline, expected to boost industrial activity, create jobs, and expand energy access in northern states. Ongoing tax and financial sector reforms also aim to strengthen public revenue and attract investment. Despite positive forecasts, Nigeria faces persistent hurdles. Rising inflation, especially on food and essential goods, continues to affect households. Security concerns in some regions disrupt communities and economic activity, while fiscal pressures require careful management to ensure sustainable growth. Growing sectors such as technology, creative industries, and service offer opportunities for job creation and innovation. Experts recommend improving agricultural supply chains, storage, and access to credit and technology for farmers. Transparent public spending aligned with long-term development priorities is essential. Supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, tech startups, and creative industries with funding and skills development can generate jobs, while expanding access to credit and fintech solutions will empower youth and women entrepreneurs. Strengthening community security is also crucial to protect farms, markets, and trade corridors. Experts stress that 2026 is a year for action, accountability, and inclusive growth. Governments must prioritize implementation and transparency in reforms. The private sector should invest in innovation and industrial growth, and citizens are encouraged to develop skills, embrace entrepreneurship, and actively contribute to community development. With practical reforms, investment in human capital, and collective effort, 2026 can be a year of resilience, hope, and national development. Nigeria's future will depend not only on policies but on the commitment and actions of every Nigerian. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments that inspire.
At Aneke TV, we bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity, and a fresh perspective. From the heart of Nigeria to the far corners of the globe, we keep you informed, entertained, and connected.
Whether it's sports highlights, music and lifestyle trends, or community stories that touch lives, Aneke TV is more than just television. It's your companion in every moment. Rich, vibrant, and truly unique, our programming celebrates the diversity and energy of Nigeria while keeping you at the pulse of the world. Don't just watch TV, experience it, live it. Move with the world with Aneke TV. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Because at Aneke TV, the world comes to you.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Looking for a window to the world? A place where news, entertainment, and culture come alive. Welcome to Aneke TV, your ultimate destination for stories that matter and moments.
We bring you breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live events coverage, all with accuracy, integrity.
The Osu or caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels, also individuals historically dedicated to deities, Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers, Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers, and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndigo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Viewer, you're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today, we are beginning a little behind schedule, and we sincerely apologize for not starting when we used to. We thank you for not touching the dial until the start of this program. Today, we are going to discuss on an issue which has been burning in Nigeria. We are talking about the Obi's chances in the run for presidency. Peter Obi, who was the presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023 election, had recently moved to the new coalition of African Democratic Congress, ADC. And moving to ADC, he said he is going for presidency and nothing less than that, which means he's not going to play a second fiddle in the course of the run for presidency. Today, we have a very wonderful gentlemen who are here in the studio to lend voice to this topic. I have a man who is well-read, he's a lawyer, he's a politician, he's a public affairs commentator. I have a barrister, Joshua Mba. You're welcome to the studio, barrister.
Thank you very much.
And on my left is a young man who looks very, when you begin to talk about a man being beautiful, then you are talking about exceptional handsomeness. I'm talking about Honorable Sunday Chukwumani, Public Affairs Administrator and Political Analyst. You're welcome to Aneke TV.
Thank you, I'm happy to be here.
Let me start from my right. Barrister Mba, you are a lawyer, and a whole lot of things have been on the desk of lawyers and judges about the politics of Nigeria. And the last 23 election, Peter Obi went to court claiming to have won that election. Incidentally, the Supreme Court ruled otherwise. And this time around, he's also going for the same position. And part of the problems of 2023 election was that the results were not uploaded to IREV from the voting platforms. How are we sure that Obi's, if emerges the candidate of the new party, new coalition, that the results will be uploaded to the IREV? How are we sure it will be uploaded to the IREV? It's only when you have done this that I now come back to think about what chances he has.
Thank you very much. Obi 2023 election, in retrospect, Obi was a darling, a doyen of Nigerian politics. The young man who has nothing in terms of tons of cash. They admitted he is a billionaire, but he didn't come to Nigeria election with money. He didn't come as a money bag. He came with an appeal. He came with a message to liberate Nigeria from the chains of maladministration. He said that the 2023 election was a golden era, golden opportunity for the common man to have a voice in Nigerian politics, as the way votes are counted. Without vote being counted, the common man has no say in politics. It becomes a business of the highest bidder. So we had a golden opportunity. Nigeria gave him the opportunity to serve. But then, the powers that be, I don't want to go into details of what happens, but every Nigerian knows what happened. The powers that be hijacked his victory. Everything from Aneke, from judiciary, from the power banks, hijacked his victory, deserved victory, and took it away. We all mourned and cried. What happened in 2023 election was a rape of democracy, was evil against this nation. Nigeria was stolen, and here we are today suffering the consequences. Here we are today. So I don't want to waste so much. We are looking up to the future. I believe that there will be chances moving forward. We will discuss that one later. But we need to move forward and learn from the experience. They say experience is better teacher. I believe every obedient, every follower of Obi message, we have learned. We have learned, and we are ready to plug the loopholes.
Okay, Honorable Sandani, Obi just joined a new political coalition. But beyond that, Obi was a governor in Apga. Obi went away from Apga to PDP. He became president to run for presidency or vice presidency then. Then Obi left PDP and went to Labour Party to run for presidency in 2023, which he did. And now Obi is in a new coalition. Do you think it will not be seen that Obi has an interest of self, not actually staying with an ideology, maybe in one political party or the other? Do you think, is it that all the parties share the same ideology? Otherwise, he would not have gone from Mr. A party to Mr. B party to Mr. C and now to Mr. D party. So, do you think it's not about himself, it's about service to humanity?
Anyway, thank you for such a brilliant question. To the best of my knowledge, Obi is not being selfish. Mr. Peter Obi is personally a good commodity. You put it in the terms of commerce. And every commodity is looking for a platform of advert where the sales can be made. Looking at what is happening today in Nigerian politics and leadership, the president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, was AD, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN, from ACN to APC today. And today, by whatever means, either through the judiciary forces, not the vote of the masses, or vote of the Nigerian, or maybe Nigeria offering the mandate to him, he's the president of the nation. Talking about Obi in the real sense, it's not, the ideology of being selfish or being self-centered should not even come in there. How I assess Obi, and I know that most Nigerians see him as well, is somebody who is polite, and he has a lot of stock to offer to his people, and he's ready, he's prepared. He's a man that you can count that, okay, this man has integrity, he's a man of his word. You can see what he did when he was governor in Anambra State. He delivered. And like his likely word, you say, go and verify. His records are clean. So he moving from APGA to PDP, the first question is, did he deliver when he was serving under APGA? The answer is yes, he delivered. When he go to PDP and became the vice running mate for Atiku, was he ready to serve the nation? The answer is yes. He was prepared. He was ready to handle his portfolio professionally. He went from PDP and became the sole candidate. Why I use the word sole candidate is because this 2023 presidential election was one of the elections that I witnessed that everybody in Nigeria, the whole 36 states came out. They were yelling for one thing: we need good governance. We need good governance. Why? Because the economy collapsed, and they need an economist that can be able to elevate the economy of the nation, which Peter Obi has. He doesn't fear. Look at last time he was about entering, was it Benue? And the Benue state governor made a call that he should not enter. If he enters, he's on his own. He's concerned about people living in IDP, whom he wanted to go and visit and offer his help, his assistance to them. But they deprived him such opportunity to showcase whom he is. So the economy collapsed, the security was not there. And let me tell you, the primary assignment of any elected politician or leader is to secure lives and the properties of the nation, or whatever constituency or the entity that voted you. So I see Obi as somebody who is ready to protect the lives and the properties of the entity handed over to him. When they moved from PDP to Labour Party and they gave him the candidates, everybody came out and worked for Labour Party. What Nigeria was looking for was to pick somebody that they can trust. You are coming out from whichever party the nation trusts you, can you be trusted? Counting from experience of last 3 years now, everything has gone down. People are being kidnapped. People are being killed. Herdsmen invade farms and destroy their farms, which most governments or governors are reckless to attend to. They don't have defense, they don't have security. So coming to the ideology, Obi is simply trying to tell us we can do this thing together. This is our nation. We can't leave it in the hands of people who are not prepared, who are not capable to handle the issues of the affairs of the nation. So I trust and believe that Obi in ADC, African Democratic Congress, will do well if he's nominated to be the presidential candidate of ADC.
We'll come back much about how he's going to do well. Barrister, Barrister Ba, you heard your colleague speak on Obi.
Very well.
Then I want to ask you, Obi seems to have the sympathy of a good number of Nigerians. But still, Obi's chances is tied to mostly on whether Atiku Abubakar will run or will not run. Do you think that in the coalition, Obi will have the support of members of the African Democratic Congress, you know, the support of members of the Congress all over Nigeria that will enable him emerge as candidate of the party with Atiku Abubakar in the race.
Thank you very much. My joining the ADC, African Democratic Congress, is premised on my belief that these are people who have rejected the contraption we have today as governance. People who said enough is enough. People who want a change. People who want to liberate the masses, not necessarily for themselves. Look at the chairman, David Mark. Look at the secretary, former governor Adebosola, and the other every member of the ESCO, of the ADC. These are people who are not looking for money, people who are not looking for name, people who are not looking for entitlement.
But they are looking for power.
They are looking for power not for themselves,
okay,
but they are looking for power for the masses. They have constituencies. Nigerians are under the hammer of herdsmen, kidnappers, all kind of vices, and they glorify it, they advertise it. Can you imagine that today in Nigeria, a kidnapper, they have TikTok account? Don't forget, before 2023 election, we had a minister of communication in Nigeria who said that any NIN, I can remember very clearly, with your NIN, every person in Nigeria will be tracked to the last spot. Where are we today? Billions and billions of dollars were wasted in BVN and the NIN. Today, the kidnappers we hold any member of a family, it cannot be traced. But make a comment in the social media, especially if you are not position, you will be traced. So I believe personally that Obi is the most daring politician in Nigeria as we have today, and Obi, the lovers of good things in Nigeria, the lovers of fairness and equity and justice, the ADC Acquisition Directory, the members of ADC going to the Congress are not going there for partisan parties alone. They're going there to bring a candidate who, in the opinion of Nigerians, will raise to power from what we have today. Without to be in the ticket as a presidential candidate, what are we talking about? Who else can stand the power, the money, and the affluence and influence of our president today, Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Nobody. He has tons of money. But Obi is not coming with money. Obi is coming with an appeal that this nation deserves better. The common man in the village, all of us come from different villages and towns. How are we faring? Are we faring better today than 2023? How are we faring? The measure of any government is the people. That's the measure. Section 14 of Nigeria Constitution laid down with a prescribed rule for the government, which my colleague here has mentioned, protection of life and property. But advanced economies has gone further. Even countries like Ghana have gone further that even hunger is part of human life. That's what we are lacking in Nigeria. So, Obi, in my humble estimation and opinion, with Nigerians, the ADC Congress will give him the ticket.
Okay. I'm still on you, Barrister Mba. We want to look at what the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been able to do so far? Because I heard you said the economy is down, insecurity and all that, and you have not even told you have even told us that bandits and kidnappers have TikTok accounts and all that. So are there things that the administration of Tinubu should have done to better our insecurity? We have not come to economy. To better our insecurity, which he has not done. Are there things that he should have done, but he didn't do it? And which our expectation is that if Obi comes in, he'll be able to address such thing within the limited, because at length, Obi said he is going for just one term.
Yeah, I think from inception, our president Bola Ahmed Tinubu has no roadmap for this nation. He has no roadmap, because all these problems were there before he came in, but they became amplified. They were all there. Are we not living witnesses? The bandits, the kidnapping, they were there, but they became amplified, as if their godfather is now in the presidency. That is the problem. Our president went to Benue State when about 700 people were killed, and he couldn't reach the victims. He couldn't reach the mourning communities. What was the excuse? That the roads were bad. That's what he told Nigerians. His inspector of general of police is sent to visit there before him. They don't go. What was the excuse? And nothing happens. Nobody was asked any question. Nobody was sacked. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in my opinion, has no roadmap. He has no plan for this nation. If I borrow the words of what is his name, the former spokesman of Atiku, who is now the spokesman of our president, the man from the north, the lawyer from the north, Boala. He said that if you give Bola Ahmed Tinubu 30 years, he will do nothing. Verify. Go and verify. He said that if you give Bola Ahmed Tinubu 30 years, he will do nothing. He is now the spokesman of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Why? You should tell Nigerians why he changed his mind.
He said it before he appointed him.
Yeah, before during the 2020 election, when he was speaking for our
it's like Bola Ahmed Tinubu tends to bring in those who have criticized him in one way or the other. Are you sure he's not going to make the same inroad into some persons who have supported ADC and criticized him? Because we have seen Reno Omokri, he has been appointed ambassador. We have seen Mamudu, the Aneke, former immediate past Aneke chairman, he has been appointed ambassador. And so on and so forth. These were people who were headlong in, criticizing Ahmed Bola Tinubu before and even as president. And those people he has called to himself. So, and you are saying that this other person was also called in to become his spokesperson. Do you see Ahmed Tinubu as somebody who tries to honor such negative speeches against himself or his administration by appointing those people, appointing them into offices so as to shut up? And that goes to show that probably those people were saying those things because they wanted something. And he tries to show the people that those persons who were talking those things were because they had nothing. They were not carried along in government. So let me show you that those people are not, they are not doing that for the purpose of helping anybody. They were doing that to help themselves. So are you seeing that as Tinubu's, stock in trade, the kind of thing he wants to do?
President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is commonly regarded as a strategist. That's what he's, even a child of primary school is known as a strategist. And I concur. He is a political strategist. But what is his strategy then? It's an agent in negative. That is the problem. His strategy, he is a silencer. he silences the opposition by enemies, hook or crook. That's what he's stock in trade. So, coming to your question, of course, he will make it load. You want to make it load into ADC. There's no way, because that is his trademark, to poach and, if possible, to corrupt. But I am assuring you that the people that are in ADC, people coming into ADC, are coming there for a purpose of liberating Nigeria. Myself, for instance, I ran for the Senate of Enugu East. Enugu State is now APC State, so we are told. But my humble self, I'm not an APC man. I can never be an APC man. Tell me why I should be an APC man? Is it insecurity? Is it employment? What aspect? What has it delivered? So our president, with all due respect, has no agenda for this nation except to occupy the office of the president.
Okay, Barrister Mba say the president has one primary agenda, just to answer and occupy the office of presidency. And do you concur? And if you do, you know, what are those things upmost in your mind that government ought to have done to the masses of Nigerians so as not to attract the catalog of criticisms against the government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and which, in your estimation, you think the coalition of ADC and maybe other political parties may bring to the fore if the franchise is ceded to them come 2027 elections?
Anyway, like the office of the presidency shouldn't be seen as a luxurious office where you are coming to celebrate whom you are. It should be seen as office expected or built for service delivery. Because going by the Constitution of Nigeria, many people are disarmed. In the sense, you see somebody who is elected from a constituency, the person will be there looking for constituency development, and they will pay him the money. And he forgets the primary assignment that got him to the Senate, or to either House of Assembly or House of Rep, even as a governor. So we need, there must be an amendment to that very constitution. In Nigeria South here, they are governed us by this amended law, the 1999 amended constitution, which I see as a common criminal code from the military.
What do you mean by common criminal? We don't use that word for the constitution of the federal government.
Okay, if that constitution was derived from the military,
okay,
that's what they use here in the South. Over there in the North, they have another constitution, which they use for Sharia, religious law.
The penal code.
Yes. Okay. Now
we have a lawyer here.
In a nation that is observing two kinds of constitutions, how do you think that people will move forward? Because people in the North don't believe what the people in the South are doing. They see you as infidels. Then when the presidency comes in, he takes advantage of that.
But because the president is from the South.
Well, yes, he took advantage, because even the very man who is his running mate, the vice president, this is a man that has showcased himself several times trying to negotiate with the banditries. What was the outcome of that negotiation? The major problem in Nigeria is that there is no consequences to crimes.
It was alleged that he negotiated with bandits, but he has publicly denied that.
Oh, so the video clips we saw and other things, maybe they were all false before he declared that he didn't negotiate with them. Anyway, like, I believe that if the coalition will survive, it must be based on integrity. Integrity in the sense that they have seen the loopholes. They have seen where the current presidency is not doing well in terms of development, in terms of security, economy, school. Okay, just imagine last year.
Yes, we'll see where the current administration is not doing well. That's thus says Honorable Sunday Ani. This is where we pause for a break, after which we'll come back and still continue our discussion on Obi's chances in the run for presidency. My guests are still here. Remain your anchor. Please don't touch the dial. Be there for us as we continue this program after this break.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
You're welcome back, viewer. We are still on our program Arena on Aneke TV in Southeast Nigeria, and my guests are still here. I have Barrister Joshua Mba, a public affairs commentator and a politician. I also have Honorable Sunday Chukwumani, public administrator, political analyst. They are still here to continue to lend voice to Peter Obi's, His Excellency Peter Obi's chances in the run for presidency. We were talking about things that the government has not done. What you think they have not done well. But there are things that the administration have been able to do. For instance, we did not have a queue in the filling stations during the Yuletide. Secondly, the skyrocketed prices of domestic goods that were very much up, and of course even the dollar that was very much up. During this administration earlier, it got to 1.7, that is 1,700, and today it's about, it ended the year with about 1.4 something. So, which shows that the economy is coming down and domestic goods are coming down. But the area of electricity supply, which has mad production, is still there. But the fuel prices are coming down, at least with the emergence of Dangote refinery, because it has come to be a refinery that augments the shortcomings of our national refineries of Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt. There have been shortcomings on these refineries in terms of production. But Dangote has come, and the costs of importing fuel kind of had to go down as a result because of the monopoly the importers play. The importers tend to play a monopoly in consonance with the Fuel Price Regulatory Agency and the NNPC and co. The subsidiaries of NNPCL. So, goods, domestic, started coming down. So, are you saying that the economy is taking a shape from where it were? Or do you have your reservations on the economy of this country?
Thank God all of us are here in Nigeria. I think before Mr. Presidency got to the office, the fuel was around less than 150 naira. Immediately he announced on that very day.
The present administration?
Yes.
No, I disagree with you.
But about 180, precisely.
Okay, between 150 and 180.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we know in the same Nigeria, the cost of fuel skyrocketed to over 1,000 naira and gradually coming down. What is the cause? Are we oil producing nation? If we are oil producing nation, why are you importing PMS, DPKs, and AGOs? What happened to our refineries? I have heard the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said that the whole refineries will come up. By today, after 3 years, there is no refinery working in Nigeria. And that has deprived a lot of graduates job opportunities. So there's no way, the economy is not growing. I can't call it growth of economy, where you're supposed to have fuel less than 100 naira, and you're buying PMS over 800 naira today. The economy is not growing. What's the essence of borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing? Where are they putting the money they are borrowing? Why money in trillions of dollars are missing from NNPC posts? And there was no investigation on that. This is recklessness. It's not helping the economy. Rather, it's causing havoc, economic havoc to families, making us to live in an expensive nation. Expensive in the sense you find it difficult to pay for a house rent. You're talking about energy. I have heard him, he said, if he did not make light and energy available in the whole Nigeria, that we should vote him out. If going by this, he has lost the election come 2027. I wish all Nigerians will come out and maintain the status quo. This is what Ahmed said, that if he did not make light available, energy available in Nigeria, that we should vote him out. If I were him, I will not come out for the election, because I have not maintained my promises. Otherwise, I didn't see any other manifesto he had. I expected that ADC coming in, either by candidature of Mr. Peter Obi, as an economist, he knew what it would take to grow the economy. Because if we have energy, there will be less consumption of PMS. People are working in industries that will have the energy to power their gadgets. Not patronizing filling stations or petrol stations to buy PMS or DPA or AGO to power the generators in order to have their gadget on. So I believe the candidature of Mr. Peter Obi will do better in growing the economy. It's a mission to rescue the nation, and in the process of rescuing the nation from strange hands, the economy will also be rescued. People will have hope again that, okay, we can live in peace. Because somebody who has no job, the person will be thinking it's an idle man, and they say that I don't mind, it's a devil's workshop. When you see those people that don't have anything doing, they can decide to go and do whatever mess they like. But when you see people who are engaged in one job or the other, they will free themselves from crimes. The crime will reduce drastically if we have good governance. Look at our roads. Since over 26 years now, every government that comes from this local government, state government, federal government, they are constructing road. And now there is one they are running from Lagos to, is it Calabar or where? Later they said, the Minister of Work said that they will stop it. We should be thinking about easing the economy, easing the power. Allow those people who are generating taxes in their areas or in the state. Let them use what they generated. than running the whole thing to Abuja, and at the end of it, the people who generated, they don't have any hope, they don't have any income, they don't have any benefit. Their lives are not even saved. What do you think about a nation where you pay high bill in the hospitals? And there are budgets to equip the hospitals every year, and the citizens are not benefiting it. The same thing goes down to the state. They do budget, the citizens are not benefiting. Go to mortuaries, you see high increase of disease there. You see people slump and die. Slump and die, is it an attack? Where is the slumping and die coming from? Because of the bad economy. When you have maybe 4 people in the university and you cannot afford their school bills, what do you think? So this present government messed up the economy of the nation, and there's no hope. They cannot offer anything again.
Okay, you said they cannot offer anything again, but there are still people who believe they can offer something. But I want to ask you, Barishamba, you see, sometimes it's reported that we have going to 2 trillion deficit on electricity tariff by the federal government. And when the federal government started giving subsidy, you know, there was a removal in petroleum subsidy. And of course, a lot of promises were made by the government in power. If the subsidy is removed, there's going to be a whole lot of changes in the economy, in production, and so on and so forth, such that will make do for employment, mass employment, because day in, day out, the Nigerian universities and polytechnics and other institutions are churning out graduates. And these graduates have been seen and described by some persons as unemployable. So, and unemployable, some of them are unemployable because of lack of skills. So today, both skilled and unskilled don't even have the jobs. If you are asking for people who will go for jobs, you find out that about 2 million persons might scramble for a job of 10 persons. Application for 10 persons, 2 million people. And what have you? We remember the disasters that has happened in Nigeria, where they say they're recruiting people in, is that immigration? Immigration.
Yes.
And people died because there's no job. So people trooped in their numbers, and there was stampede and all that. So I ask, what is the problem with electricity in Nigeria such that government says they're paying 2 trillion in subsidy?
In fact,
have we had electricity in Nigeria?
In fact, if we use the one week to analyze the Nigerian economy, it may not be enough. We just scratch it by the surface. Let me borrow the words of His Excellency P2B. Nigeria is a criminal enterprise. I make bold to say it. A criminal enterprise where the leaders will manipulate and put their people in bondage. They were simply using the principle of Joseph Stalin of Russia. You know this. You remember this, the story of the chicken. He will remove all the hairs of the chicken, and chicken will be dripping in blood, gasping for breath. And as he moves, he throws some corn to the chicken. And chicken will be eating it because there's no choice. That's what they're doing. Price the economy of a common man to eat. Drink pure water. You're saying that the economy, they're bringing the price down. Bringing what price down? But what away? Things should be, you should live things better than you met it. That's the principle, the general principle of life. Your children will be better than you, and so on and so forth. You met bag of rice in Nigeria under Jonathan around 10,000 naira, and the thing went to 100,000 naira, and it's down about 60,000-70,000 naira. And you're telling me he has brought it down. Brought it down to way. What is the minimum wage of Nigerians? Those who have even the mega job. The minimum wage is not enough to buy a bag of rice. I'm telling me that the economy is what are you talking about? Are we drunk? They are simply I don't know what to describe our people in government. They are people trampling on the life of the people. They are people eating and dining with the blood of Nigerians. That's what they're doing. That petrol is coming down to how much? In Nigeria, okay, in Lagos, it's coming down to 700 something by that gote. Others are selling at 800 something. In East here, I bought fuel here in Enugu here, 900 something. I bought yesterday, 900 plus. You can see the disparities. From where? From 170, 180 to, let us use the minimum parameter, which is about 700 something naira in Lagos. So is that what you see as the economy improving? How many percent? Up to almost 1,000%. And there is no commensurate increase in the purchasing power of the people. The economy improvement should be gauged from the people, from the common man. Is he able to offer? Is he able to have decent living, decent accommodation, hospital? We have hospital in Nigeria. Apart from the private sector, that is so my colleague has said, which is so exorbitant. The government hospital is a death trap. If you go to government hospital and you don't know anybody there, you come back, your relative will come back dead. That's what we have to do. Even National Clinic, that the president billions and billions, can you assess it? No, nobody. Even the president cannot. Even the president have no confidence in his own National Clinic. He travels to France to whatever on monthly or weekly basis as he likes. The first thing he did was to buy a presidential jet in this nation. The second thing he did was to build 20 billion for Vice President Lodge. Renovation.